Good evening. This is a regular joint meeting of the Oakley City Council acting as a successor agency to the Oakley Redevelopment Agency, Oakley Public Finance Authority. This meeting is called to order at 6:30 p.m. Roll call. Councilmember Shaw.
Here.
Vice Mayor Williams.
Here.
Councilmember Henderson.
Here.
Councilmember Fuller.
Here.
And I am Mayor Aaron Meadows. Item 1.2, Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Councilmember Henderson, would you lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item 1.3, update from Contra Costa Advisory Council on Aging. Michael Rigsby.
Good afternoon. Guess it's evening now.
Either one works.
You hear me okay? I just wanted to start by going over sort of our mission and overview of what the Contra Costa County Advisory on Aging, Council on Aging, what it's doing, what our mission statement is. The council is an organization that provides leadership and advocacy on behalf of older persons and serves as a channel of communication and information on aging issues in collaboration with or in cooperation with different organizations within the county. An overview of what we do: we facilitate countywide planning, cooperation, coordination for individuals and groups interested in the The council provides leadership and advocacy on behalf of older persons and serves as a channel of communication for information on aging issues. The council also, whose members are appointed by the board of directors, and also advises the AAA, the Area Agency on Aging. Major roles are planning and evaluation, communication and education, advocacy, and advisory, which I just said. This work is done mainly through a series of work groups. There's currently 5 work groups that are open and active with members within the ACOA, and these work groups are open to anybody. So if anybody's interested in getting involved, we are more than happy to have you. The first of those groups is our health work group. It's assessing current and proposed healthcare related programs that affect people that are 60 or older. They advocate for quality, sustainability, and accessibility. Group seeks to educate health and healthcare professionals and community members on relevant health issues. The group supports legislation that furthers these goals. The housing work group, which is what I've been involved in, is obviously supporting activities directed towards providing adequate and affordable housing for seniors of the county. The group advocates and supports legislation that promotes and facilitates the need of low-income housing for seniors in the county, as well as engaging in educational efforts to local officials, members and commissions on aging, and the community at large. The third group is the legislative group. The legislative advocacy group studies and reviews bills passing through the California state and federal legislative that relate to seniors. The group offers advocacy for and against bills that affect seniors, working closely with the California Senior Legislature, which is elected by seniors to represent their interests in Sacramento. The group is in touch with seniors throughout the commissions and committees on aging in the county, urging them to call or write their representatives on specific pending legislation as needed when appropriate. The fourth work group is transportation. Transportation work group, also known as the Senior Mobility Action Council, or SMAC, is concerned with issues relating to transportation needs in Contra Costa County. Members maintain contact with various transit providers in the county, advocating for the solution of transportation and paratransit problems encountered by seniors. This work group is represented on the Paratransit Coordinating Council, the PCC, the Contra Costa Transportation Partnership Advocacy Committee, the TPAC, and the Accessible Services Committee of County Connection Transportation Authority. Lastly, we have technology. The technology work group supports the ACOA by identifying and recommending ways to improve access and use of technologies for individual members and for community at large. Works together with the ACOA, Executive Committee, and General Membership to determine information technology needs and delivery systems. So those groups are, like I said before, they're open. And honestly, if anybody's interested in joining and becoming a part of that, I think the more faces that are involved, the better. And if anybody wants, we can find it on the ACOA website, and or if my information is available, anybody can email me, and I'll provide that information as far as dates and times. There are a few final groups that are closed, but I'll mention them anyway. We have 3 committees: the executive committee, the planning, and the membership committees that are all part of the planning and implementation of the group as a whole. The biggest challenges, I think, is when I came onto this group, we were all remote. And as of last year, the Brown Act changed things, as you guys probably know, and trying to reach quorums and things of that nature has become a little bit more difficult in the last year. That said, it's been an honor to be a part of that group, and I'm happy to serve in whatever capacity that you guys see fit. Before I step off, there's a series of bills that are floating through, and this is not an endorsement one way or the other, but just a list of what's on the agenda to come, of things that may be of interest to anybody here that are in the purview of what we're interested in achieving. The first one is AB 67, Homeless Courts Pilot Program. The second one is AB 540, Social Service Transportation Improvement Act. The third, AB 557, Local Transportation Teleconferences. AB 799, Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention. AB 817, again, teleconferencing. SB 411, teleconferencing. SB 423, land use, which is important for housing. And then SB 4, again, zoning, housing, planning. I'm not trying to endorse one way or another. I just wanted to put that list out there just because they pertain to a lot of the stuff that's important to this organization and to seniors as a whole. So I'll leave it at that. If anybody has any questions.
Any questions from council? Vice Mayor Williams?
I don't want to steal any thunder of public comments that are coming up, but can you talk specifically about any of the advocacy work that your organization has done in Oakley? I know we have some issues with seniors that are going to speak, so I just wanted to see like what specifically has the council done to advocate for our seniors here?
Specifically in Oakley, or I don't know of. I think the biggest challenge in what's happened in most of the meetings has been the transportation and or lack thereof transportation and the lack of affordable housing. And I don't know that we've made any positive progress here locally for anybody. Prices keep increasing. And as we look at programs, the one program that had some glimmer of light, in my opinion, just on the last meeting, I've come to find out it's been pulled back, and that's I can't think of the name of the program. anyway, there was a nonprofit that started out of Concord that was basically a match for like room renting, right? And unfortunately, because of financial constraints, they're pulling back to just Central County and pulling away from us. But interestingly, the flip side to that is that part of the reason that they're pulling back is financial constraints, but apparently the little bit of activity that was happening, the matches weren't happening. And I don't know why that is. So there's lots of stuff on the table. There's lots of discussion from the state and legislatively, but locally, I honestly can't say that there's anything that's going to be a shining light for anybody. It's just this ongoing process.
Okay, and then one more quick follow-up, because you said that transportation seems to be sort of a sticking point too. So how connected are you, or is the council? It didn't sound like you're on the transportation workflow.
I'm not, but
Okay, so how connected are they with, like our local operators, for instance, Tri-Delta Transit, with the Try My Ride and stuff like that? I feel like at our board meetings, it is definitely the seniors who are there saying, like, this is helpful, we need more of it. So what kind of interaction are you having with those operators that you can speak to? I mean, I understand it's not your group, so if you can't, totally understand.
Yeah. I honestly, I don't have a lot that I can add on the transportation. It's a lot of talk, it seems like, but again, all I hear is a report on it. On the housing side, it's the biggest part is the CEQA, streamlining of bills here. But again, that's all very forward-looking. If you're looking at problems that we're trying to address right now, there's not a whole lot of conversation, because I don't know beyond, the house sharing and things of that nature, what other options there are at the moment.
Any other questions, comments, Council? Thank you. Item 1.4, Native American presentation, Wyatt Moore, East Bay Regional Park District.
All right. Hello, everyone. Sorry my back's to you all. I'll try to use my lanky arms to show you what I have here. So yes, I'm here to talk a little bit about the history of some of the first people and indigenous tribes of the Delta area. So we live in an incredible spot, right? We're at the confluence of the Sacramento and San Joaquin River. Incredibly, incredibly important meeting space of these two massive waterways that lead to what we know of today as the Delta. And not only has this place been a meeting space for those waterways, but it's also been a meeting space for people for forever. We like to say the district since time immemorial, since as long as there's been records of humans. And so I want to paint a little picture. We're going to go back about 13,000 years. So this was right at the end of the last ice age, also known as the global or the glacial period. And at this time, if you were to start even further east, over by Lodi, over even by the Sierras, you'd follow the rivers all the way down through here, through the Carquinez Strait, through San Francisco, out into the ocean. It was all a dry valley, right? All of that water up to even past the Farallon Islands, that's over 25 miles off the coast, all of that major waterways was frozen in glaciers. And so it was actually a dry valley, and so you could ostensibly walk from here all the way out to the Farallon Islands. It'd be a really, really long walk, slightly uphill, but you'd be able to do it. And when the glacier started to melt, all of that changed. The water started to flow back in. It started to fill in all of the waterways as we know today, like Sassoon Marsh, Carquinez Strait, San Francisco Bay, and the Pacific Ocean that we can see from the coast. And this became a meeting spot and a living space for many, many people. So the earliest dates that I've heard so far of people living out in the Delta is around that 13,000 year mark. And it makes sense. That's when the water was starting to melt. The biodiversity was increasing. We had abundance of plants and animal species. And so the groups that have lived in this area since 13,000 years and continue to live here, we often refer to as, we have the Chochenyo Ohlone, which is the Greater Bay Area. We have the Bay Miwok, the Delta Yokuts, the Plain Yokuts, and the Patwin. And these groups all use the amazing resource of the Delta to survive. And they were stewards of the land, and they still are stewards of the land. They knew what they needed to eat, how they needed to eat it, how to prepare it, and they did it in a way that's sustainable. So they were living harmoniously with the land, being able to take what they need, no more, and then also do some of the earliest practices that we know of forestry with controlled burns. They started to manipulate water just a little bit, and now we think of water, how much we change it now. They were some of the first people to ever do that. And they did it in a way that kept this habitat and this ecosystem thriving. And so what I brought here is a really important plant. Does anyone know what this plant is? Has anyone seen this before? This is called tule. And so I have a couple of variations of this. Tule is a really, really important plant, both ecologically and culturally. So ecologically, it essentially acts as a sponge in our wetland habitat. It supports us to prevent flooding. It acts as a buffer on coastal areas. It is a wonderful habitat for a lot of the aquatic animals that live out here, like mink, otters, muskrat, beavers. And it also acts as a sponge, so it'll actually increase water quality by absorbing toxins in the water and storing it, kind of like you think of like a carbon sink, but this would be a chemical sink. And so ecologically, it is incredibly important. It's native, and it lives here along the coastline. Culturally, like I mentioned, these indigenous groups knew how to use the land. They knew how to use the resources, and they would use this for a lot. So if you imagine, this is some fresh tule that I trimmed today. This can actually grow up to about 14 feet. So this can grow 14 feet tall, pretty amazing. If you lived in the water, this is not a rhetorical question. If you lived in the water, near the water, what is one of the first kind of vehicles or vessels you would want to make to help you navigate the waters? A boat. Yes, excellent. Great job. You'd want to make a boat. And that's what they would use this tule for. So they would go out, they'd find really tall stalks of tule, and they would cut it down. They would use what's called a scapula saw, which is basically the shoulder blade of a deer, and they would saw it off down towards the bottom. They wouldn't pull it up from the root, because if you pull it up from the root, the plant can't regrow. So that's part of that sustainability. So they would cut it knowing that it would replenish and regrow. So they would cut this down. Then they would lay it out to dry, and over time you can see it start to change a little bit. Gets a little bit lighter in color, gets a little bit lighter in weight as well. And they'd have these huge bundles that eventually would turn into completely dried tule. And this would take about a month or so to do that. Once they had these massive bundles of 14-foot long tule, they would tie it up and turn it into a tule boat. And that's how they would go out and navigate the water. But that's not all that they would do. So they'd be out on their tule boat, fishing, hunting. Let's say they catch a fish. When they catch a fish, they need to carry it back. So on the boat, they'd have a basket made of, what do you think? Tule, right? And then they would go back to their community, and they'd clean and prep the fish under these shade structures, because we all know how hot it gets out here. And what do you think those shade structures were made out of? Tule. And then they would be ready to cook their food in their homes. So they would go into their houses made out of tule. And then after they were super full and had a really great meal, they would go to bed on their mattress made of tule. So this is an incredibly multi-purpose plant, and part of the history of this space, and the reason I wanted to share this plant specifically is because something to really, really emphasize is that this is not all just historical. It's not all just in the past. Right? We have so many active communities of indigenous people who are still within Oakley, who are still within the Delta, who are within California and North America. And this is a practice that still takes place, and it actually takes place in some of our East Bay Regional Park District parks. So we have groups reach out to us and ask if they can practice tule harvesting. So they'll come out, they'll cut the tule, and they'll do exactly the process that I described to you all today. So we really try to work closely with these groups to help preserve and pass on their culture. And provide a space where they can continue to really flourish, continue to be stewards, continue to pass on to generation some of these important practices, because ultimately, you know, this is their home, we're in it, we're their guests, and we're very grateful and lucky to be here. And so that's just a very, very quick background of some of the groups out here, some of the important cultural practices that have historically been done and are still happening today. And this is a conversation that could go on for hours and hours and hours. But I know you all have important stuff to talk about, so I'd love to answer any questions from anyone. It can be about what I talked about. It can be about the Park District, Big Break, anything like that.
Any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
All right,
Nice
thank
to see
you.
you again, Wyatt. No clapping. Item 2, public comments. At this time, public comments will be heard for items not on the agenda. I have public speaker cards submitted. Oops. Let me take all that back. I'll repeat it in a minute. Item 1.5, update from nonprofits awarded American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, state and local fiscal recovery funds. First up is Liz Fuller, Treasurer, Membership Chair, Friends of Oakley Library, and Lorena Campos, Friends of the Oakley Library.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having us. Hello, everybody in the public. We are a part of Friends of the Oakley Library. My name is Lorena, and
I'm Liz Fuller.
and we can go to the next slide to get start off this presentation. Oh, thank you. Down button.
Can I ask if you pull that mic down just a
Yes,
tad
I know I'm
there?
short. Maybe it's the other direction. Okay, grant details. So first, we'd like to thank the City Council for awarding Friends of the Oakley Library $15,000 in the ARPA grant funding. The funds were meant to be spent on services for Oakley residents. Funds also had to align with the city's strategic plan, which we definitely planned to and did do with the goals for the grant. So with these funds, we set out to support the wonderful work of our librarians to provide quality programming for the Oakley Library, increase visibility and membership of the Friends of the Oakley Library. Both objectives would lead to more awareness in the community, both of the library and the Friends, as we support the city's efforts toward building a new library. Go ahead.
Okay, so starting off with programming, we kind of had the easy job. We just handed the money to the staff, and they got to do wonderful things with it. And they worked really hard to come up with some great programming last year. And one of the best that they did, I think, was having author Dan Gutman speak to several of the elementary schools in Oakley. And that was a feat in itself to coordinate all that with all the different schools and their classes and the school library clerks for each of those with the author. So they did reach 375 students from 6 elementary schools. They gave books to the classrooms, to the school libraries. We added books to the Oakley Library's collection, and then they bought extra copies to give away to kids who then came to the library to pick them up. And they were autographed copies from Dan Gutman. And Ms. Sino, the library clerk, the lead library clerk for the district, had this quote: "Our classes were so excited to receive autographed copies for the classroom libraries. Many of our students have already made their way down to the Oakley Public Library to receive their own copy of one of Gutman's books." So you can see that photo of him there, and you can kind of get a sense of his sense of humor, and that's why kids really enjoy him, I think. So we also had another author come and speak. It was a countywide virtual program, and so we opened it up to everyone in the county and bought extra books for that as well, and really encouraged the Oakley students to watch that after school. The other programs that the staff came up with were great. The Aztec dance program, pumpkin decorating party, their annual Halloween program, marionette program, annual New Year's Eve program, yoga storytime sessions, which was amazing to watch. So if they ever do it again, you've got to watch these kids do yoga. It's a lot of fun. And then a dance program right here outside City Park just a few weeks ago. And then also we purchased other things to enhance programs that they do all the time, like their story times and crafts. We bought some furniture, Bluetooth speaker, some Dungeons and Dragons materials for the teens, supplies for their Lego programs that they have every Saturday, seed library bins. They have a seed library at the Oakley Library, and they store them in these bins. We purchased those. and just a lot of supplies to use for programs going forward. So it really stocked them up. And we did purchase lots of summer reading program prizes and books to give away. So lots of paperback books, mostly for kids, but also some teens and adults. I think that's me.
All right. And more as for outreach, so we purchased new tabling supplies. We attended every city event that we could and attended every sponsored event held by the library. So some of those supplies included a canopy. The customization was actually done by Today Will Be Great Foundation that's local in the community. We had gotten tables, chairs, we had gotten table covers, we had gotten toys, prizes, a spinning wheel to get people engaged with the booth when we were there. And when we attended events, whether they were city events or the library events, we were able to talk about the Friends of the Oakley Library and encourage people to join as a member.
So this gives you an idea of how the year was for us and for the staff. It was impressive. There was a lot of increases in all the things we wanted to see. So more library card signups. So people came in to get new cards, 30% more than the previous year. They re-registered if they already had a card and lost it or just needed a new card, we'd give them a new card. Program attendance was up 237%, foot traffic was up 82%. Friends membership, the Friends also did well. Our membership increased 66% and our income went up by 33%. And I do want to thank a substantial part of that came from Lori Wilson, who's here, our assembly person, that she gave us a generous gift, and that really helps put us over the top.
All right. And in conclusion, we just really want to share how happy we are today with the council and the city about the impact of the grant through our efforts. And so through that increased visibility, I think that's what led to us receiving the Nonprofit Grant of the Year award from Assembly Member Lori Wilson. So thank you again to her. We have the resolution right in front of her on the chair. That's us at the Capitol during the luncheon. We were also able to raise community awareness of the library programs and services. There was a lot of times that folks didn't really even know where the library was. We were able to raise awareness about that. It's at the Freedom Library, for those of you that might not know here either. We also increased interest in the new library status. A lot of folks started asking us in the latter part of the year, the fiscal year, about what's going on with the library. So that's how we kind of knew people were being more aware and gaining more interest. We were able to build stronger relationships with the city staff, council, other local representatives, other local community-based organizations through a lot of the outreach we did this year. And we were, I think it just really made us stronger as an organization. In January, we did a board retreat where we kind of revised our mission. It reinvigorated our vision for the year, what we wanted to do moving forward. And really, we just want to thank everybody for their time and thank you again for the grant. That's it. I don't know if there's any questions.
So you brought the resolution over there just to sit on the chair?
Thank you very much. And we plan to be reinvigorated next year too. I think the board really does want to attend the events that we did last year and continue that communication. So thank you very much.
So we have some questions or comments from council. Vice Mayor Williams?
You guys were able to purchase all that and do all that with the $15,000? That's amazing. So if that grant had not happened, would you have still been able to put on those programs but just having to skimp, or would those programs probably not have happened?
Yeah, I think we're shaking our heads because we know through COVID, the pandemic, a lot of the funds that the Friends received previously were through the book sales, knowing that the pandemic impacted the ways that people interacted with the library. They weren't going in person for a while, and then when they did, it was limited. So a lot of the funding we received from donations and the book sales really went down. So we definitely wouldn't have been able to do as many programs, let alone the quality of the programs. Having the author visits, some of the authors, they have fees that are understandably because they're selling their books, and and being able to do things like that, or having like live performances by dancers. We really want to make sure that things like that, those are really qualitative. They cost a little bit more. So I don't think we would have been able to do half of the program even if we didn't get the grant.
And I think coming out of COVID, a lot of libraries were hesitant to start big programs. You know, I think it's still taking them some time, and this really kind of pushed Oakley to just jump in and do it. And I think we're seeing some great results because of that. So it was very helpful for that.
And then those numbers that you, sorry, I had one more. Those numbers that you said, was that over a previous year, or are we taking into account, did we average some years because of the pandemic?
I didn't. I probably should have, and I think that's a fair statement. So programming was way down before that. So these are extremely high numbers, but I know that they are still plenty high, but it was a good year.
Yes, absolutely. I'm not disputing that at all. I think those are amazing numbers. So thanks for all you guys do.
Councilmember Fuller.
Yes, I'd just like to thank you for all your efforts and what you put together. I think it goes beyond any funding that was there. It took a human element and an ability to bring it to a cohesive package that brought us back into the community. Your emphasis of being at all the community events, making yourself known, having it open has brought the library into the community. And people are talking, yeah, we got to get them out of Freedom High, which is a lot of what you've done. Not only the support in the community for the libraries. So I think that rests on what's gone on in the last year, and use your funds wisely. I've said many times, I think that myself, when this library gets finished, that it's going to be the focal point in the community for all, from all races, ages, all races, all backgrounds. It's going to be a focal point, and you've laid the foundation, and very aptly earned Nonprofit of the Year out of the Assembly District. So thank you.
Any other council comments? Thank you for what you guys have done this year, for your work. And thank you to Assembly Member Lori Wilson for recognizing the Friends of Oakley Library as the Assembly District 11 Nonprofit of the Year. So thank you. And thank you for showing up to Oakley quite often.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assembly members, is there anything you would like to say regarding this proclamation, or you're good? So if you guys don't know, that is our Assembly member, Lori Wilson. Next up is Siler Craig, pastor, Oakley Church, also known as Revive Church.
Yes, thank you. I'm extremely nervous. I am a minister and I talk on microphones all the time, but I'm about to pass out. So if I do, let us use the Thule to build me a stretcher and carry me out. I had been thinking of that for several minutes. I'm very proud of that. So my name is Kyler. My mom spelled my name wrong. I do apologize about that. It is Siler grammatically, but she called me Kyler, so here I am. But my name is Kyler. I am a new pastor at Revive Church, formerly Oakley Church, that is across the street from Crockett Park. And I'm here to graciously say thank you without a PowerPoint. Thanks for showing me up. That's fantastic. I turned to my friend. I was like, we could have at least worn life jackets or sheets. I was like, we didn't do anything, but I have a piece of paper here. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about what's happened since prior to me even being here, and what it meant for us to receive the grant this year and how significant it was. So the Water Safety Day has been something that the church has done. This is the 15th time that they've been able to do it, and it always makes a tremendous impact. Being on the water, there's a lot of families that go to it, and it's really important to make sure that they're safe, and not just that they have the resources that they need to make sure that their kids are safe because of currents and various other things that are going on around here, but also that they have education, which is where we partnered with some other people to have some resources available that I thought was just really great. And if we had not received the grant, which was for $8,500 and was a lot and a really big deal, we would not have been able to do it. It was a really awesome thing. I think we had a total of 469 people come through that event, and we are a very tiny church, so that was awesome for us to have that many people. I was so thankful, and we made it a point the entire time to focus on the fact that this was a effort that was combined with the city, that this was not some advertising thing to try to get people to come to our church. We didn't ask them to come in and hear a 15-minute spiel. We didn't require anything of them other than please make sure that we can instruct you that this is attached appropriately. This is how you do it moving forward. Also put some sunscreen on your skin. From a redhead, it's important. I had some experience and wanted to just make sure that they had some resources for the summer. And I really do think that it makes a big impact. And I think that as a church, that is something that we desire to do with our community, something that we desire to partner with our community as a whole and with our local government in any way that we can to continue to show resource and kindness to our community, to every single person, no matter if they believe like us, look like us, think like us, it doesn't matter. I think that kindness changes the world, and that's kind of the overarching message that I try to focus on in my ministry. A little bit about what we were able to do. The grant money was spent to purchase free items to hand out to the children, such as life jackets, sunscreen, snacks, bags, so they could actually put the stuff in there and not have to carry all that separate. And then we also had the National Safe Boating Council. They provided free safety handouts, and the remaining money that was left went to advertising, supplies, banners, permits, etc. And it was just, like I said, a really great day. We had 469. I'll just say 470 because I was there and I probably didn't count myself. And it just would not have been able to happen without you guys. I know in the past we had received grants from the Contra Costa Child Care Council for several years. And then whenever they couldn't receive that anymore, the church just fronted it. And whenever I got here, we didn't have enough to front anything, barely paying our own way because we were so small at the time. And one of the things that they had going at the church was our food distribution. And it was partnering with another ministry called Team Jesus Outreach Ministries. And I said, why do you do this? I walked out to the people that did it. They give up every single Saturday. And I said, why do you do this? And they said, because people need to eat. And I said, I love it. And I was like, and that's the kind of work that I would like for our church to be known for. That's the kind of partnering I would like to do and the kind of future that I hope we can help show to our community in whatever way we can. So of that, $5,300 of that amount, just in case if you ask, I was like, oh God, we don't have an itemized statement. You know, I'm just going to roll with this. 5,300 of it went directly to the life jackets themselves. A lot of the other portions went towards buying the rest of the supplies as well as the marketing and stuff like that to let people know that we were present. And we were able to distribute 346 we ordered 346 total life jackets. We were able that day to distribute 258. And afterwards, we were able to distribute more and have still been meeting with people from time to time that know that we had them, to bring them in, to fit them, to provide them to them so that they can have them. And I just wanted to say thank you. And I hope that we can do this in the future, not just with a grant. If it becomes available, we definitely are going to try to find some, but just in general, finding things that we can do to show kindness, show love, and provide resources to the community in whatever way we can. That is all I have to say before I pass out.
You did fine. Councilmember Shaw?
I took my granddaughters to this event just to show my support, and not with the intention of getting life jackets, but you all wouldn't let me leave without two. So my granddaughters did get 2 life jackets that are now better fitted for them than they were before, so I do appreciate it. The turnout was great, and the games and all the stuff, so I think it was cool. They got to sit in a fire truck, get in the back of an ambulance, and all the things, and they were mad when I made them leave. So it was a good event, and I'm glad it was something you guys could put on.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Williams?
I mean, I'm still going to have to put you on the
Go
spot
for
a
it.
little
Go
bit.
for it.
Okay, so
It's all
how
right.
are you going to, the ARPA funds were one-time grant funds,
Right.
potentially work on stuff, but what are you going to do because it was a great event. I wasn't able to go, but I heard all about it. I know several children that you guys helped who couldn't get a life jacket before, so it made a big difference. But what's the plan so that you can continue this?
Raising it throughout the year.
Yeah.
I mean, now that we're starting to grow, I think our messaging is starting to get out there. We're a little bit different than other churches and other ministries around us, not to try to compete, not to try to be better, but just to be who we are. And so we attract a different kind of audience. And so as our messaging is getting more clear, as we're getting more visible, we're growing our congregation. And as we grow our congregation, our giving grows and our ability to give back grows. And so hopefully next year, if we're not able to partner in any way or find another grant through some other organization or somehow, I would like for us to be able to sponsor that event as well as any other kinds of events that can just make the city better and show families that we care without expectation for them to attend a service or for them to have to come in and hear the messaging, just for us to be able to show our faith through our actions, not necessarily our mouths.
I love it. Thanks for being a good partner.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Now we'll move to public comments again. At this time, public comments will be heard for items not on the agenda. I have public speaker cards submitted. To submit a public comment, please complete a blue speaker card located in the lobby and submit to the city clerk. The time limit to speak is 3 minutes. The time limit is monitored by the timer located in front of the mayor's seat. When 1 minute remains on the timer, it will beep once as a reminder to complete comments before your time expires. Please refrain from any applause, cheering, booing, or other outbursts so that everyone may have an opportunity to be heard. Note that due to provisions of state law, the council may not engage in dialogue regarding comments. Staff may be directed to respond to persons making public comments. I believe I have 10 public comment cards. First up is Michael Dupre.
Well, good evening again. My name's Mike Dupre. I live over on Vintage Parkway. On behalf of the senior citizens of the Senior Affordable Housing Apartments on Carroll Lane, I'd like to thank our City Council member Shannon Shaw, Jody Williams of our Code Enforcement Office, and Susanna Meyer of Empowered Aging for their swift and effective response to the serious problem at the Oaks. In 1935, FDR signed the Social Security Bill into law. It was intended as a safeguard against the hazards and vicissitudes of life. That's a tough word. I had to look that up. Unfortunately, it still needs more work. We need to discontinue Social Security taxation, change the area median income calculation, change the LIHTC to better protect seniors on low fixed incomes, and stop investors from squeezing those last bits of money from our seniors' pockets just to enrich themselves. The maintenance staff at the facility is inadequately staffed and trained. There is little to no security, and Building 59 is roach infested, and I've heard that there are several more buildings that are roach infested. Management did not know how to properly ameliorate this problem. It took Oakley's code enforcement to step in and force them to do the right thing, and it still is yet to be determined whether or not it was effective. Much more needs to be done at this facility, and we, the seniors, will hold them accountable, and you, the City Council, should help to the extent possible. And this can be done through the League of California Cities or directly with your known county, state, and federal contacts. Shannon Shaw and Susanna Meyer have pointed the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Patty? Is that, okay. Next up is Betty.
Hi, I'm Patty Tompkins, and I've lived at the Oaks for 14 years. You I know as a child, Mr. Aaron. My daughter was Tricia.
It was a long time ago.
It was, but it was fun. Anyway, yeah, I've lived there for 14 years when the trees were small. Now the trees are engulfing part of people's balconies, and they've never been trimmed. The other thing is we do not have security there. We have two doors, main doors, that are broke, and they don't lock when you shut them. I've asked for rails on the walls, one rail when seniors are walking. There are no rails. I don't even think they've set up a fire guideline for the seniors, because we have seniors living on the second, third, and fourth floor, and they can't get down the stairs when the and I'm one of them. They can't get down the stairs when the elevator doesn't work. And recently in April, we had a fire. And I sat up in the stairwell where they told me to go for 45 minutes. So they pulled it, we went back. Then I came back to my door, and my door is completely broken half. It's bent. It won't break because it's a fire door. The fire marshal kicked it in, and now I'm waiting. I've been waiting since April for my door, and they keep telling me it's coming from China. So, I mean, the things that are there are deplorable. We have roaches. Thank God we don't have them in a lot of the apartments, but we do have them, and they crawl up the walls. They crawl down the floors. It's not a situation that seniors should live in. I've seen what it looked like, and it should look like that now, and no way it doesn't look like that. So I just want the safety for the seniors. So, Betty, I'm going to go sit down.
Yes.
Thank you, Patty.
Another problem.
And you're Betty.
My name is Betty. Another problem we have there, we have no railings on the side of the sidewalks. Several senior citizens have fell and broke their hips and dislocated their shoulders. And they said nothing they can do about it but to accept our rent. And if we are late with our rent, they give us a 3-day eviction notice. And, you know, I never heard of nothing like that. And half of us that stay there can't afford to go anywhere else. It did, we've been gone a long time ago because the living there is very bad. We got drugs going on, prostitution going on, and kids are riding and disrespecting their elders. And there's nothing that's been said about it. There's nothing they can do. They want us to go and take pictures. That's not our job. That's their job. They want us to do their work, and we are tired of it. Most of us come there, we got medical conditions, and since I've been there, my condition have got worse because it's got a lot of things that need to be done there, and it's not done. And that's all I would say.
Thank you, Betty. Jackie, next up is Gloria.
Hi, I'm Jackie Ryder. I've lived in the Oaks for it's going on 6 years. I recently moved out of Building 59, which is now the Roach Hotel. I'd like to invite you to come and walk through it, just to smell the building. And when I moved to 67, it was completely different. 2 different owners or investors, whatever you want to call them. Our maintenance staff we have 5 maintenance men that I just heard it's down to 3 because 2 of them go over to Twin Oaks now to work. 3 maintenance men for 500 units is ridiculous. And we shouldn't suffer because they're understaffed. I had an air conditioner put in that was purchased because that is a Bluetooth. Many seniors don't have phones, iPhones, smartphones to work it. The maintenance crew had not even been trained on them. So I had to wait for someone else to come in and hook up my air conditioner to my phone. And when I walked outside, it disconnected. I have no way of turning it off. Maintenance makes promises and they don't come through. I have issues that I've gone over 4 times on already since I moved in the building in April. I need bars in my bathtub. To me, a senior building should have bars in the bathroom for seniors, whether they need them right then or maybe later down the road. It's a senior building. There's no rails on a couple of the ramps out front to walk up. And I fell down one the other night. The off rent payments, they no longer accept money orders. They know that money orders don't bounce. Rent checks bounce, and money orders don't. The money's already there. And why should we have only two options to pay our rent? Money is money. And they refuse to take it. They refuse to take money orders from people. And that's the only way they have to pay. The bookkeeper there has no people skills. She makes so many errors and puts people through trauma just because of her errors.
Thank you, Jackie. It's 3 minutes.
I'm sorry? Okay.
Is the lights not working?
No.
Well,
I heard the bell and I was trying to get it all in. I mean, there's so many issues.
thank you.
Okay.
Gloria? No. No, it's not. Next up is Harold.
I'm sorry, my name is Gloria, and I have been in the Oaks for 1.5 years. And my issue is, personally, I'm a smoker, but I smoke outside. I live next door to a person that smokes every hour on the hour in the apartment. The one across the street smokes pot, or across the hall smokes pot. My son came over with my grandson and told me that he wasn't going to bring him in anymore because you open the door and it hits you, the pot and the cigarette at the same time. I have complained since I've been there. I am bothered by the pot smoke, headaches and stuff, and there isn't anything that they have done to either one, and those are just two that I know of. The whole building is that way. Anyone that walks in the front door will say, oh my gosh, it smokes horrible, whether it be pot or cigarettes. And no one is getting any 3-day notices or getting knocks on the door to say that's got to stop. And that's my only issue at this point. The other thing is they raised our rent 9%, and we got the 8% Social Security raise. So for what reason? They're not doing any maintenance as far as you call and have somebody come. They don't have enough people. And that's their excuse. I'm sorry, we'll take care of it as soon as possible. And you don't see anybody. You go back in and complain, oh yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do that. No one ever shows up. So those were the things on my list. Thank you.
You're in 67?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Harold? Next up is Josephine.
Good evening. I'm Harold. I live at the Oaks. I live in building 59. I've been there for over 10 years. I've enjoyed living in Oakley. I like this city. It's too bad that we have to come here and complain about our living conditions. I will make it short and sweet. Everyone has said it all. I can't say anything different. It is pretty bad, and I think they should do something to fix it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Josephine. Next up is Patricia.
Hello, my name is Josephine Basulto, and I live in building 53, which is, everybody they just cringe at me when they hear 53, because 53 is a bad building. We have roaches that I've been telling them about, and they came and they sprayed, and it didn't work.
And then he said they put bombs, and I told him my asthma is really bad. Okay, I should be in the seniors, but I'm raising my grandkids. But anyway, they came and they put the bombs, and I told them, is this going to affect my asthma? And they said, oh, that's your only choice. Okay, so they put the bombs in, barely did anything to these roaches. I went in to take them out because you have to wait 4 hours. I went in to take them out and had an asthma attack. My sister almost had to call an ambulance. So I asked them again, and they said all they're going to do is bomb them. Well, the bombs are not doing anything because they're just going from apartment to apartment and then coming back. And it's really hard to hear your grandkids cry because they're afraid that roaches are going to get on them. We have no security. There's homeless people always inside the buildings where you wash, or the washrooms, and they go and wash themselves in there. And my grandkids come out and they cuss at them. Can't have that. We're just tired of all this. The maintenance, I have 5 or 6 maintenance requests since September of last year, and I'm still waiting. They took out the dishwasher out of my apartment, and underneath it was roaches, and it was bubbled up, and they just stuck another one in. Now we have asthma. Now we're on other medication, my grandson and I. Something needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia. Next up is Bonnie.
My name is Patricia. I'm here on behalf of my dad, who's 86 years old. He lives in building 59. My dad moved out here about a year ago so that I might be able to take care of him because I also live in Oakley. And it took my dad 3 months to get handicap bars up in the back. He went 3 months without getting a shower because he couldn't take a bath without the bars because he's not able to walk really well. So the only way I got that done is that I went every single day to the office and I complained. I found the number in the East Coast to call, and I found out who owned the building, and I called them and I complained. Every day you go to the office, they're so nice. Oh, we're going to take care of this, but they don't. Fortunately, my dad has me. But so many people don't have a daughter or son to advocate for them. And these people are so nice, and they're a community. And so I came today in support of them, and because of my dad. The stairs are filthy. I don't take the elevator because I walk up. The stairs have not been cleaned. It's black. It's just terrible. The elevator sometimes smells horrible. They don't take the trash out in the hallways. The floors don't get mopped. It's a horrible spot for people to have to live there. And I'm just so glad that they're coming together as a group to stand up for themselves. And whatever I could do in support of them, I will help them as much as I can. But something has to be done. I don't know what or how, but this is a start, I think. But seniors just don't deserve this kind of treatment. And so that's why I came tonight, because I'm hoping that something could be done in some type of way to help out.
Thank you. Bonnie. Next up.
All these people are here today because I am the roach lady. I've been living with roaches for over a year in my apartment. I've been locked out. I've had to live in different apartments twice. I've had 2 floods, thousands of roaches. Shannon was a witness. I have a bag that tall full of roaches. A year ago, the roach people came in and treated my apartment and told me they were not coming from my apartment, they were coming from next door, and they refused to let the roach people in to treat. Then all of a sudden, last year, after August, there were no treatments. So I was living with all these roaches all year, and I complained and complained and complained, and nothing was done. And I began to get sick, and they put bombs in, and my doctor said, you can't have the bombs. It's affecting your lungs. And so they stopped doing that. And then they brought, just recently, the exterminators came in, the same one that was here last year, and he remembered everything that was said last year by my neighbors and by me, and he's been very, very nice and cooperative, and said, it's not your fault. They're not coming from you. They were behind my dishwasher. Every time I opened my dishwasher, hundreds of them would come up. They were in my stove. They were in my freezer and in my refrigerator. So I called elder abuse. They came out. They talked to management. All of a sudden, they're promising me all these things. Do you have a place to stay? They didn't offer me. They lied and said they did, but they did not offer me. I've been staying with my neighbors, and then all of a sudden they locked me out of my apartment a couple of weeks ago, and they made the excuse, well, you can't be in there while they're cleaning. And I said, I'm not trying to be in there while they're cleaning. I just need clothes. My clothes are up there. I had to rent another big storeroom because I had to sanitize everything I own and put it in a storeroom because there were so many roaches crawling all over. I couldn't sit in my chairs because they were crawling on me. I put my food in the microwave and I'd take it out and they were in my food, and they promised me all these things and nothing was happening. So I'm here to tell you that something has to be done. I feel sorry for the maintenance people. There's not enough of them. And that's my story.
Thank you, Bonnie.
You're welcome.
I have a speaker card for Maryville, but no item. It's on public comments? Is it public comments? Okay.
Don't tell my mom I came looking in like this today because she would get really mad, but I was working and my kids are still at home. So I'm Maribel Mendoza. I'm a resident here in Oakley, and I know many of you, so hello. I am here because I wanted to talk about a couple of things. I want to preface this by saying I'm a first-generation Mexican-American woman that lives here. I want to also preface by saying a couple of things. Microaggressions. There are 3 types of microaggressions, and then one of those 3 types is microassaults. Often these are conscious and deliberate and derogatory. I also want to talk about white supremacy and what that looks like. I know that the Board of Supervisors, we had a meeting and a lot of people were saying that just doesn't exist. To their mind, I think that they look at white supremacy as overt actions, right? So we're talking KKK, we're talking about, racial slurs, swastikas, hate crimes, right? And then there are things that are a little bit more socially acceptable in the way that they're not necessarily called out. They're things that kind of like go through the past, right? Kind of like microaggressions. So what those things are, right? Color blindness, virtuous victim narratives. We're talking about the what about me mentality, and the denial of white privilege or the denial of racism. And the reason why I'm here today is because my neighbor, we moved into our house right before COVID. And I have lived in that home. We have lived in our neighborhood very peacefully and very happy. You know, half the time I don't even see that she's there or her kids are home. She has a college student and another high school student, and they're lovely people. They had a neighbor just recently move in next door to them, and these neighbors are horrible and they're racist. And it's hard to see because we've called the police, and it's no shade. I'm not shading the police. And they've tried to do the right thing, which was kind of like, you know, have you gone and talked to them? Have we tried to do the neighborly thing? There's only so much neighborly things that you can do with people who are committed to be hateful. And so there has to be something that we do within the city of Oakley. I know that many of us will denounce it, but there has to be something that happens, because it's not fair that she live in her home that she's been in for over 20 years and be nervous to go outside, or to see Facebook post after Facebook post that this person puts on her whatever on Facebook or Instagram or TikTok or whatever social media she wants to put her hate out. But there has to be something. And I just want to say, like, Oakley has no room for that. I don't know what our demographics are, but there are a lot of us here who don't stand for it. So,
Thank you. Item 3, consent calendar.
I'd like to take off 3.1, 3.4, 3.10.
3.1, 3.4, 3.10.
Yes, that is correct.
3.2 as well, please.
Is there a motion to accept the remainder?
I move to accept the remainder.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I need a clarification. Is another one other than 3.1, 3.4, and 3.10 off?
3.2.
3.2. Let me take a look.
So there was a second?
I second it.
Okay. Any discussion on this? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Okay, 3.1, approve minutes from the regular joint city council acting as a successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency Public Finance Authority meeting held July 1, 2023.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Meadows. I asked to take that off for one situation under D, fireworks. There's not page numbers on it. So going to section D, under city manager remarks and reports, where Chief Beard is giving a fireworks update. If you go to the second page, paragraph from the bottom, it says 2020. That should be 2021. I believe it's in congruence with what Chief Beard said. We were in congruence that in 2021, the fireworks were extraordinarily a problem, and they've been curtailed. So I'd like to change that to 2021, that one section. The 3.4, I'll have to recuse myself.
Okay, let's take one at a time. So.
I'm sorry.
3.1.
And I'll move after that.
Is there any discussion on that? Be nice if Chief Baird was in the room. Lieutenant Cartwright, can you get Chief Baird, please?
If you're looking for his comments, right underneath the beginning of the D fireworks, go down about the fifth line. It starts with, that was the worst year in memory was October 2021 for fireworks season, and I responded during my comments that I agree with Chief Beard that the worst was 2021, when it started in April. It did not stop, and that it has been drastically curtailed since that time. So I'm just asking for that one change and improved since 2021 instead of 2020.
I apologize. I was out in the hallway. Is there a question?
I don't quite know what's going on either, and I just asked for a year change. So somebody may not like that idea.
Well, I'm trying to find where you're talking about.
Okay, well, if you go down
Which page? Page 15?
There are no page numbers. That's the problem. Go to
There are
6.
page numbers.
I don't have any page numbers on mine. On 6, reports. It reports city manager 6.1, and there's a report from KOA. So KOA under C finishes their report. Under D, Chief Beard is introduced, and the fireworks is mentioned. He makes a presentation on the fireworks during the 4th of July. During that time, he mentioned, and he mentioned statewide, it fell apart. He shared that the worst year in memory, and this is right off the tape, was April to October 2021 for fireworks season. I'm not contesting that. I'm only saying that I agreed with him, and Dr. Fuller commented that the fireworks had drastically improved since 2020. And I was trying, what I was saying was since 2021, that I agreed that there, and I just, to make sure that's how I remember.
I'm looking up at the top paragraph, and I'm thinking you're crazy because it said 2021, but okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so that with that,
The
I'd like
comments
to
down
move.
below.
Right.
So you made a motion to make the change. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? Vice Mayor Williams.
Yes, I'd like to have a little bit of discussion because this whole conversation has been very taken out of context, and I would just like to correct the record, mostly because I know I had multiple conversations with Chief Beard about this, and he said anecdotally, this felt like a very bad year. Not saying that it was worse than 2021, but he said anecdotally, it was a very bad year, and he experienced that both in Oakley and at his home in Brentwood. And so he wanted to step up enforcement. So when Councilmember Shaw and I were asking questions about it, it was not because we were disputing, but rather agreeing with the chief. Is that how you took it?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay, perfect. And then I think that is my only question. I just wanted to clear that up, that we were not disputing, but rather supporting the chief.
So I believe the motion is to change 20 to 21.
Well, I'm not quite following the conversation we seem to be talking about. I'm only requested 1 year, and I have no idea what other people are talking about. There are all these other conversations. I just asked for 2020, 2020 to go to 2021. If people are upset with that, that's my only motion. They can keep everything else in there, but if for what I'm reading as the correction is to change that one section where it's 2020 to 2021, and I will move to change those 4 numbers.
You did move it, and we got a second. We got discussion now. Councilmember Shaw?
I had thought that if there was going to be any requests for changes on the minutes, instead of just putting it out there and making the change on the fly, we would have it reviewed and then changed. This is just a year mistake, but if somebody says something incorrectly, I just want to make sure that those records are reflected. So I just know that we had talked about that for general practice if this was going to happen, so we don't make an error by making a fly change and then turns out that that wasn't on the recordings. So I know this one is a little bit minor to that, but if we are going to do that, I think we should start with that procedure.
Any other discussion? Seeing none.
Just to make sure, we're just voting on those 4 numbers, right? Change the 2021.
We're voting on one number.
On one
two-
number.
2021.
0 to 1. Okay, yes.
It has 4 digits. So, motion is to change the date to 2021, made by Councilmember Fuller. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
A 3-2. Item 3.2, approve minutes from the special city council meeting held July 19, 2023. Vice Mayor Williams.
I know this was more of a community meeting, and so it was tough to capture much of what was said. But I would like to potentially ask Libby and the city manager, did we receive any comments about the female members of the council bullying any participants?
I'll answer. The city has not received any comments.
Okay. And I know from checking social media, I haven't gotten any comments on that as well. I just wanted to maybe have a point of procedure. If something like that had occurred during the meeting, would there be any notation in the notes?
Sorry. Yes, it would be very brief. There would have been a notation. It would just be a very brief notation.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Shaw?
And was there any comments from the consultants that they had been cut off, interrupted, and disturbed by any council members?
I don't recall hearing any such comments from our consultant team.
Okay, and just to clarify, this community meeting was to listen to the community, but also the council's opportunity to talk to the consultants, look at the plans, because we hadn't seen them before that night, and have an opportunity to point out things that we liked or disliked about the two potential plans.
Correct. It was an opportunity for both the public and the council to view and comment on the two alternatives that were presented.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Fuller?
Just for my edification, I don't have the minutes up in front of me, but my memory, if it serves it correct, is we broke from the dais. At that point, there was no more transaction. It was an informal transaction that took place out in the foyer. There was nobody recording anything or even making any attempt to record it. In fact, our attempt for everyone, but a couple that I saw associated with the city, was to stand back and let the citizens talk. But it was reconvened. So in other words, we broke. My understanding, there's no minutes during the break taken. We don't take minutes now during the break. We broke. There was a discussion, an opportunity for the public to meet with the calendar, with the individuals taking the survey. We offered them confidentiality. We offered them an opportunity to do this in peace with the interviewers, with the members making the survey. And we were not in session, so I do not believe there would be any minutes or any others. There was certainly no film taken. When we reconvened, we took minutes again. So anything that in between was just for the public and for the public's permission, but there were no minutes or any other official action from anyone seeking out and talking. If I'm not correct, that's the way I understand it. You break, there is no minutes. You come back together, there is minutes. What happens in between? If you want to have know what's in between, you reconvene back up on the dais and you allow people to speak openly so that we record it.
There's a motion for approval. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Item 3.4, waive the second reading and adopt ordinance number 7-23, amending an existing P1 Plan Unit Development District for the project known as Sellers Avenue Subdivision 9614, Kinstarello. And the reason it was pulled is Councilmember Fuller's abstaining from it. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll move approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
George, you can come back. 3.10, designating Vice Mayor Anissa Williams as voting delegate and Councilmember Shannon Shaw as an alternate voting delegate for League of California Cities Annual Conference, September 20th through 22nd, 2023, and directing the city clerk to complete and forward the voting delegate form to the League of California Cities. Councilmember Fuller.
Yes, I've made a decision to vote no on this item for 3 reasons. Primary reason is the League of California Cities, I believe, has let us down for decades. I have heard complaints before I was ever up here from other cities in other areas about the League of California Cities, and I don't think they're serving it. One of the biggest insults I think the city face is they went ahead and approved and asked us to support AB 1657, which is, I think, I'll be talking about that during comments, council comments, but that is very dangerous to local control, yet the league is, without any consultation that I know of, went ahead and endorsed it. The only way I can say is we just don't seat somebody in the delegate. If there's enough cities that don't seat somebody in the General Assembly, they won't have a quorum, and maybe we can find another way to govern League of California Cities, but I don't want to send a representative up into it. The second reason is both Councilmember Williams, Vice Mayor Williams, and Councilmember Shaw serve on the Tri-Delta Transit Board, vote a budget, bring very active in the policies that go on, and I've seen that as a conflict of interest, and I've talked about it as a conflict of interest. I'll have other things to say in the future about these. It's kind of like SJJPA, but we have 2 elected officials on the city dais also representing the care on the transit dais, and that's a conflict of interest, and I've seen instances in my mind that both have shown favored at times the transit over city. So I don't want to go sending somebody up that isn't going to focus on the city. And the third one is they both have shown support for 1657 and what ABAG and BAFA and MTC are doing. And I think I'll be reporting again. And by September, the ABAG will be underway to support 1657, a resolution for $20 billion. And at that, we will have regional housing. We will be losing it. I'll be talking about it. I'm very much against that. And the BAFA, Bay Area Housing Financial Agency, is planning to have a ballot full underway in support by December 2023 for a vote in November 2024 for another $20 billion for regional housing. They will take the vote at the General Assembly in the advertisements and say, here's the cities that voted for it during the General Assembly of California League of Cities. I really do not want to see our name, Oakley, as a supporter, even voting for any type of support for 1657. So with that, I'll stop.
Councilmember Shaw.
So since we've opened the door to Tri-Delta Transit, recently it's been put out that because I sit on the board, which is something I'm assigned to by the city as a council member, that I have supported things that were approved well before I was ever even elected to city council, and being told that I voted for it and supported it because I went to the ribbon cutting, which I was a planning commissioner when I did. I don't think that has anything to do with the Cal Cities delegate. And then to say that I support this bill that I was not provided the proper information on at the last meeting to give a complete analysis for myself and not just hearing how somebody else read between the lines on it is not a fair assessment to say that I support it. We came to an agreement that we wanted to all support local control and we would look into it more, which is exactly what was said and the minutes reflected. And I am tired of these false accusations.
You can say what you say online, but now that you've brought it up here, I can address it. And they are blatant lies, and you're continuing to attack and make false statements, and that one that you just said was completely false. I did not say I supported a bill, and if you don't trust the people up here on the council to do the council's will and vote on something that we all agree on, then maybe that's a you issue and not a me issue and not a Vice Mayor Williams issue.
Vice Mayor Williams.
So just for clarity on what a voting delegate and an alternate voting delegate does, having attended Cal City's meetings before, we have certain things that are prepared as a city, and we reflect the city's will. Just like how, when we are elected, we're supposed to represent our constituents' will. So I can be up here and fully disagree with what the majority of the city wants. My job as a representative is to echo what they're saying. My job is to hear all the things being said, use my good judgment, but to take into consideration that the reason I'm up here is because the people elected me to do their bidding, which is exactly what a Cal City delegate is. And to say, if enough people just don't, that's a pipe dream. Look what happens in any elections. If enough people just don't vote, something's gonna change. Show me any time in recent history that that has happened. Not even recent history, any time in history where that's happened, and I'll eat my words, but that is just taking an inactive step. And I believe I was elected to take an active step and to support the people, and you've levied accusations on public record today about how being on Tri-Delta Transit, we've demonstrated conflicts of interest. Just like with every other accusation that has ever been levied by you, there's actually no proof. There's actually no standing. And yes, both Councilmember Shaw and I are very passionate about transit because as we saw a whole group of seniors, we have a whole community that relies on transit. So yes, we're super passionate about it. We want our people to be able to experience the best quality of life. Transit can enable that. But never once has there ever been a conflict of interest. I was elected by the people of Oakley to serve on city council. I was selected by my peers to serve on Tri-Delta Transit. There's a difference in who I'm reporting to. So we need to stop with unfounded accusations because never once has any one of them been correct.
Any other comments? Is there a motion?
I'll move 3.10 as written.
For a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
4-1. Item 4, public hearings. 4.1, Grand Cypress Preserve Development Agreements Master Amendment. This item needs to be continued. The matter will be continued to the next regular meeting to be held September 12th, 2023. Since this matter has been publicly noticed, anyone may provide public comment per the Brown Act on the item, but the formal public hearing will not be open until September 12th meeting. Are there any public comments? We received 2 comments online, did not say if they wish to speak or not. Barbara and Richard Dumont. Ed Aparis, PG&E. Okay, thank you. Item 5, regular calendar. 5.1, appeal of administrative hearing officer's decision, 20 West Bolton Road, Oakley, California.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to state for the record that I have been very involved with our staff in giving advice and representation on this issue, and so for that reason, I do not feel it is appropriate for me to advise the council on this item. I have a successor, a colleague who is a very accomplished city attorney and someone who is very familiar with code enforcement. He'll introduce himself in a moment, but I'd like the record to reflect that I'm going to recuse myself, and I will ask that either the city manager or city clerk text me when this item is concluded.
Hello, Council. My name is Andy Panosco. I'm a shareholder and partner at the law firm New Miller & Beardsley in Stockton. I'm a municipal practitioner and work with Derek on various other committees and regional groups.
So is the property owner here? Is Ms. Veronis going to give us a presentation first? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. The appeal before you for consideration involves 20 West Bolton Road and has been submitted by the property owner to contest the administrative hearing officer's decision, which upheld fines related to multiple violations of California Building Code Section 105.1, which is failure to obtain a building permit prior to construction on the property. I would like to thank our staff in community development, code enforcement, and our deputy city clerk for gathering and compiling information for the staff report. The staff report before you was made available to the public, council, and appellant on August 2nd in accordance with the city's regular agenda distribution schedule. A copy was provided to the appellant via email, and the staff report provides details regarding violations on the property. In summary, they involve failure to obtain a building permit prior to construction for a proposed shed, in addition to the main house, a cargo box shipping container, a metal carport with electrical, and the main house roof and foundation repair. Staff have been in communication with appellant and those involved with her property, including her son and her contractor, regarding violations on the property for approximately a 2-year period to address the violations and request that they be remedied by following the proper procedure to pull permits for repair or demolition. There have been many communications back and forth regarding plans and permits in which staff have stated to appellant, her son, and her contractor what needs to be done. No permits have been issued, therefore violations still exist on the property. If I may draw your attention to the last attachment in the staff report, a hard copy which should also be before you at the dais and is also made available in the public binder located in the lobby. These citations in amount highlighted in yellow provide the fines totaling $5,330 that were contested and upheld during the administrative citation hearing and are before you this evening for consideration. To provide history and context to these fines, this page includes all fines issued, including 2 that were canceled by staff. The total amount of fines outstanding is actually greater than the amount currently under appeal. To explain in further detail, Government Code Section 36900, referenced in Oakley Municipal Code Section 1.5.207, allows for fines to progress from $130 to $700, then to $1,300. The appeal was filed by the appellant after receiving citation number AC-23-000004, when fines had escalated to $1,300 per violation, and citation AC-23-000006 at $130. The earlier citations issued in the amount of $130 and in the amount of $700 were not appealed. However, they are mentioned in the administrative officer's decision. Code enforcement preserves the health, safety, and welfare of the community through code compliance. If there is a code violation, a notice of violation is provided to the property owner to provide an opportunity to remedy the violation. When the violation remains, citations are then utilized. Here, notices were issued. Approximately 2 years have been provided to remedy code violations, and citations were then issued when those violations were not remedied. Staff has been working with the appellant, her son, and contractor throughout this time to try and achieve code compliance. However, as mentioned earlier, the violations remain on the property. Upon receiving the administrative hearing officer's decision, the appellant filed her appeal timely to have the matter heard before the City Council, and the item is therefore before you. For consideration this evening, appellant is contesting the total amount of fines imposed and the validity of the code violations cited. Staff recommends that the City Council review the written record and at its discretion, any oral argument, that it affirm or deny the administrative hearing officer's decision and announce its decision, or if it should continue the matter, announce the decision at the meeting to which the item is continued. This is a de novo hearing, meaning that the council does not have to base its decision on the administrative hearing officer's decision, but rather that the council may consider all evidence presented, including written and at its discretion oral argument, to make its determination. This concludes the staff report, and I am available for any questions, as well as our Community Development Director, Brent Smith, and our legal counsel on the matter, Andy Panasco. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to say?
I was in contact with code enforcement.
Could you speak into the mic, please?
Code enforcement stated that if I were in contact with them with our progress, that we would not be cited for these citations or violations. And then we applied for a permit to dismantle the said storage addition and the said motorcycle shed. And what else? The carport, and was denied. So therefore, the citations kept accumulating. So I dismantled them. Anyway.
So you've dismantled some of this already?
Yeah.
Which parts? Shed and the carport?
The shed, yeah, all of them actually. The carport, the motorcycle shed, and the addition storage to the main house. They were all screwed together.
When did you?
Well, I started in January, and then March, probably up to the middle of April.
So they were all gone in April? Any other questions?
No, sir.
Mayor Williams?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, this actually may be to Libby. I think you said it, but I didn't quite catch it. So when the first ones were going out at the 130 and the 700 amounts, was there a point where it could have been appealed, or is it only when it gets to this escalation that it can be appealed?
So every citation that is issued may be appealed. So there is I believe it's a 10-day window that the person would have to appeal that citation, and that would have to be done in writing to the city clerk's office.
Okay, and then I think you did say that there wasn't any communication at these lower fee levels. There wasn't any request to appeal at the lower.
There was no written request on any of the earlier citations.
Okay. So I guess my question to you is, why at that point were you not writing to the city for, or?
Oh, well, because I had contact with code enforcement, who stated that if I kept them up to date as to what was going on, because we had a septic issue that wasn't leaching, that she would not give me citations.
Okay, and we don't have code enforcement, the code enforcement officer here, or do we?
The code enforcement officer is not present. However, our community development director, Brent Smith, is available for any questions.
Okay. I mean, I guess my question is just, would that have been the process if there was communication between the applicant or the citee, I guess, and the code enforcement? Would there have been any discussion so it wouldn't get to this escalation point?
Yes, I can say that for all code enforcement cases, we strive for voluntary compliance. We go almost to no ends to get there. Our first contact with people is usually a courtesy, and we will let someone know that the work they've done is done without a permit. It requires a permit, and we go on the assumption that someone does not know. Typically, our first messaging involves something to the effect, stay in contact with us. We're giving you 10 days to comply. building will let us know if you come in and get permits. Make sure you stay engaged with us. We're empathetic. We understand that this is a complex world. People have complex lives and there's many variables. I can assure you 100% that the communication was not positive, it was not progressive, and it gave us no indications that the case would be resolved. We were left no choice. And when I say that, I mean it. Like, we would do anything to help somebody stay in their house to avoid substandard living conditions. We reached this point, and it's unfortunate, and we will continue to work productively to a resolution. But to answer the question, saying that, you know, if we just stayed in communication after a year of no permits, of no formal submittals, it's not adequate, and it doesn't allow us any evidence that we'll get resolution.
Okay, and then I just had one more follow-up question to that. So what, I mean, having done extensive work to my house when we moved there, I assume each of these permits are costly. But do we have a ballpark of what these permits would have all added up to had they been pulled?
A good rule of thumb, I don't have that information in front of me. I could be provided. A good rule of thumb is that permit fees are somewhere in the ballpark of 1 to 3% of a project cost. So you could take that and apply it across a large commercial building or a small bathroom remodel, and you're going to find that it's a pretty accurate number. Yeah.
I'd like to say that I asked on multiple occasions for assistance to meet with them.
Speak right in the mic.
On multiple occasions, I asked to meet with somebody to go over what was necessary for me to accomplish these tasks, because on the phone I forget. I get nervous and forget, and then I can't remember anything. So I wanted to sit down with somebody to go over these things, because I'm unfamiliar with it. Yet I was never given the opportunity or even acknowledged that I had made the request.
Did you have a licensed contractor doing the work?
Yes.
Okay. Because that's like his job to do. Okay.
Some of this is licensed contractor work, some of this isn't.
Correct.
Councilmember Fuller?
So you are saying that you paid the 130, 700. No, you're not. But
No,
you're
I did not.
agreeing to.
Pardon?
I'm not quite sure why we are only considering the last 4, the 1,300 last 5 actually.
Oh, because I had taken them down.
I'm sorry.
Because I had taken them down. They gave me the citation without inspecting it, because I hadn't pulled the permit. But when I requested a permit, I was denied the permit. They said because it was unsafe. That was their only.
Are you saying now that you will pay those fines?
Will I? I mean, if I absolutely have to, can I? At the moment, no.
When maybe can help too, or what here, but when I went through the original staff report, and what I read was that all items and fines were to be considered. And now I have in front of me a highlighted one where there are five items highlighted. Now, in making any decision, are we looking at only as the five highlighted? Then why are we not looking at the others?
Ms. Veronis?
So, Dr. Fuller, to answer your question, I think what's being mentioned in the staff report is that the appellant is contesting all of the fines. But what's before you today is an appeal of the administrative hearing officer's decision, which only addressed the 5,330. amount. So that would be these last citations, the last round of citations that are highlighted in yellow on attachment number 29 to the staff report.
And is that because she only appealed?
Correct. She only appealed those amounts. So the earlier citations were not appealed. So the citations that were issued, the first round that you see for $130 for all of these 4 items, as well as the second round of citations in the amount of $700, those neither of those citations that were issued, so that would be, just for clarification for the record, citation AC-21-00534 and citation AC-22-00179. Those citations were not appealed.
And the question I have is, for lack of a better expression, but I should set those aside for any consideration, since they are no longer a part of what's being appealed. That the only thing that we're adjudicating is these 5 that are highlighted down at the bottom.
That is
That would
correct.
be the only ones that we would be considering. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Vice Mayor Williams?
Having gone through a couple of these appeal hearings now, I can understand your plight and all of that. So I know in the past we've set up payment plans, like we've worked with the applicant. I know, there's been a long history, but should we uphold the decision? Are we able to come up with some payment plans so that it's at least something that's affordable? That's question 1. And then I also have a follow-up question, but do you want to answer that one first?
Sure, yeah, no, I don't see an issue why we couldn't set up a payment plan. It's a pleasure to the council. I think maybe if you want to give us some direction in terms of the amount of time, that's helpful, so that there's a defined amount of time that we're dealing with, but yes, we can do that.
And then the follow-up question, then it'll be your turn, don't worry, I promise. The follow-up question, the applicant stated that each of the buildings have been removed as of April, it sounded like. So has there been further follow-up from code enforcement since that date, so that we can see if it's satisfactory or not? Because let's say we uphold this, is there going to be more citations issued? All that.
Yeah, I think what the community development director is saying is we need to be invited to confirm. We just can't show up on someone's property, and the property is fenced off, so there's really no access into the property. We really can't see it from the street.
So the fines up, the 130s and the 700, so those were not appealed, and I assume they have not been paid.
No, sir.
Has the property been liened? Not yet? And we will be? Sure.
So normally for resolution, we would go out and do an inspection to confirm that structures were taken down. I'll just point out that this would be after the fact. So this is a question I think that our attorney should weigh in on, that the appeal period is passed. Staff cannot just flippantly make those go away because they were cited. It was not resolved in the time period. The appeal process has passed. So I believe with your direction, there's possibly a solution out there. But getting back to the question of have they been taken down, we would need to go out and just make a positive confirmation of that. That would be simple. She'd contact me, and within a week we could arrange a time and a place to meet and go out there and have one of our inspectors confirm.
Okay. Councilmember Shaw?
So if these have been taken down since starting in January and completed, I guess, in April, have you contacted the city to have them come confirm that they've been taken down? Have you taken those steps to do that?
Can you please speak in the mic?
I've been a little stressed.
Me too.
I've got severe ADHD. I forget a lot. I've been trying to work to save money, to pay my fines, to pay my fees. I've just kind of been stressed.
Okay, so follow-up question on that, then have you made any attempt to pay any of the previous fines at all? Any, asked to make a payment plan or paid any of the ones that started in June of 2021?
No, I have not.
Or called the city to make an arrangement for it?
I didn't know I could make an arrangement.
Because the first violation was March of 2021, so it's.
Right. And I would speak with code enforcement, and sometimes they would say, oh, just disregard that, just disregard that.
Mhm.
So then at one point, I don't know which ones when I went to the first appeal, I didn't quite know exactly what fines I was being, or what violations I was being fined for.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Fuller.
I'm looking at and adding up the ones that are not being appealed. I have 3320 that's not being appealed. And then I go down and we have the 5330. In making a decision, how much latitude do we have? And the reason I'm asking that, if we made a decision to uphold, to bifurcate, well, it's already bifurcated, but to go ahead and uphold the fines, but we hold it in abeyance, and if she pays the remainder of the fines and brings the property up to satisfactory scale or satisfactory code, that we dismiss the remainder. If she doesn't, then we will hold, then she will be responsible for the whole item. Have we got that latitude to do that?
So it's my understanding that based, excuse me, on the basis of penalties, it's been the practice of this council that you can formulate a reduced amount in penalties based on equities. Yes, you can, an affirmative. You can based on the balance of equities, and it's entirely up to the jurisdiction of or the authority of the council to do so. The reason that the hearing officer wasn't allowed to do that is because the hearing officer is limited in its authority, because that's through the administrative process. So here we are at the tail end of the administrative process. This is the final stop. This is where the council now is, as the policymakers for the city, is hearing all of these issues de novo, and that's why you're receiving all of this. De novo means everything, and that's why you're receiving all of this information. But to round about back to your initial questions, based on balancing equities, the council does have authority to to propose or formulate a reduced amount that then could give direction to the city staff, and then city staff could then go ahead and create some sort of an arrangement, whether it's through liens or whether it's through agreement. And you can formulate that, provided that we're not waiving any compliance with the law. Compliance with the law is something that is not within your jurisdiction. You've made the law, you have to follow it. What's within your jurisdiction is the penalty.
Okay, ma'am, I'm sorry, what is your last name again? I didn't catch it on the way in.
Masoni.
Masoni. Are you, I'm hoping that, well, do you understand what we're saying? And maybe I can make it like this. What I'm saying is, right now, you would be responsible for the fines of $33.26. You would also be required within a reasonable amount of time to make sure that all the codes are met, that I guess the biggest one is the box that you're probably going to have to figure out what you're going to do with the storage box. How that's probably going to be difficult, not being a contractor, but those will have to be done satisfactorily within a reasonable amount of time.
I'm working on it.
If you do that, we will dismiss the other 5330. However, the way we're arranging it is we're holding you responsible for 5330, and if you don't, then you will be responsible for the entire amount. So that
This is just a proposal.
Yeah, just a couple more. But if you do it all, the rest of the 5330 will be dismissed and go away. Right.
Yeah, that's just a proposal from
The proposal. That's my proposal.
Can we talk about what the status is of the property right now?
Yes, you can.
What is the status of the property right now? Is anybody living there?
My dogs.
Does it have power?
No.
And the sewer, the septic tank was taken out?
Yes, yes, we planned on going to city sewage, but it was $163,000. So I had to retract from that idea. And then my contractor had left with my savings, and I've been kind of struggling.
Any other questions, comments from the council? Is there any kind of proposal?
Make a proposal that we upheld the administrative hearing and we allow 6 months to make the payments to and establish payment plan with the city and with the citation property owner and the city to work out something for 6 months worth of payments.
Is that 6 monthly payments or defer the payments for 6 months?
A payment plan to have it paid off within 6 months. The amount that is currently that we're
5330.
the 5330 that we're talking about.
But that's not part of this area per se. So if it was a six monthly payments, it'd be $888 a month.
From what I understand, don't you need some maintenance done at a senior citizen living?
What's that?
Could I work it off?
It's not pretty.
Well, if I may, I'd like to add an amendment to that. I would like to amend the proposal that 5330 of that amount on the last AC 230004 and AC 230006 be held in abeyance, the execution of the payment plan be held in abeyance for 12 months to allow the owner to make arrangements to pay the $33.20 on the prior fines, and to bring the property up to suitable expectations. If not, then they'll be responsible for the whole one. But if she does, then the 5330 will be dismissed. I'd like to add that amendment.
So do we have two motions, or is that favorable to the
He made it
initial
first,
motion
and there's
maker?
no second, but I wanted to add that amendment, so I don't know how to handle that. I'll leave that.
So the maker of the motion, if the maker of the motion would like to amend the motion to accept those amendments, that's a friendly amendment, and that can go forward as a one motion. If not, we have two competing motions.
That's up to Mr. Henderson, I believe, or Councilmember.
I'm not changing my motion.
Well, then, he's not changing his motion.
That's
so-
fine. There are two competing motions. You have two motions without a second.
So, Councilmember Henderson, would you be willing to change your motion to 12 months instead of 6?
I would do that.
It's $444, $445 per month.
I can do that.
Would there be a second to that?
I would second that then.
How do we handle Councilmember Fuller's motion?
We have a motion and a second. If there's no second on the second motion, you can vote on the first motion. If there is a second on the second motion that was made, then the second motion gets voted on first. So if there's no second, the motion dies for want of a second.
Thank you. Is there a second for Councilmember Fuller's motion? Seeing none. We'll vote on,
I think she might have a
So
question.
just to be clear, the motion is to affirm the decision and it create a 12-month payment plan. It doesn't have to be equal payments. There's a 12 months for full payment of all of the fines. And then with the also the condition that the property be brought into compliance.
That is correct.
And if I may, but it's the 8,200 figure that we're voting on, right?
That's correct.
no, it's,
Oh, excuse me.
5330.
5330. My apologies. 53.
So then I guess one other point of clarification for staff. So in the event that this 5330 is paid within the 12 months, is that going to satisfy all of the entire amount owing?
No.
So there would be the
That's not-
$3,300.
That's not how I took the motion.
The motion is that what we're reviewing tonight is the appeal of there, which is the
Understood. So there's
the 5330. The others shouldn't be, I don't think should be on the table tonight because we're trying to take care of this appeal.
That's entirely appropriate. Just wanted to make sure for clarification for staff purposes, so that other remainder amount would be within all of the jurisdiction of the staff and the tools that they have to collect.
Councilmember Shaw, you still got a
Yeah,
question?
I just wanted to clarify, we are going to make an appointment to get out there and check that the things that have been taken down, and instead of just saying we have 12 months to get those things done, I want to make sure we are still getting out there and.
So if I'm correct, it makes sure that the things are already dismantled and then get rid of the trailer container.
Yeah, I still want you to work, in my opinion, and this is just something I want to make sure that you're still working with the staff to get those things done. I don't want to, we're giving the 12 months to pay it, but I don't want to wait 12 months to have it inspected and have those things, make sure they're safe.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So any other questions on this motion? Good, okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
4-1. Thank you. We'll take a break at this time. Brief break. Are they working now?
Give her a break. First night. Okay, perfect. Well, my name is Harumi Murata with Economic Development, and I am here today to update, and I'm super excited to be here to share our economic development work plan, focusing on how we will facilitate and promote and market Oakley while tactically driving our ambitions with this 2023 economic development work plan, a comprehensive strategy that has been carefully revised and updated to align with our city's visions and needs. Vicky Dole from Chaving Concept is here today to present the work plan, as we're going to hear the details of the strategies through her presentation. They helped us navigate this process and reshaped, and we came up with this great revamped plan. The staff recommends that the City Council to adopt this new ED work plan framework, but more importantly, our primary request is for the City Council to endorse the key framework for this ED plan. As by adopting this framework, we set that strategic direction for Oakley's future and providing a solid foundation that we can build and refine as we move forward. Our primary objective is to foster sustained economic growth and diversification by utilizing community resources. And this work plan positions Oakley as a destination for new business prospects and investments while addressing the challenges and focusing on several key actions outlining the goals of we Oakley aim to achieve, offers a roadmap towards the bright future. And the revised work plan introduces a strategic recommendation that focuses into areas previously not mentioned in our earlier version. It emphasizes the potential of the recreation industry and the sport fishing industry, especially when considering Oakley's waterfront assets and recognizing the attraction that our waterfront presents and how it could position Oakley as go-to destination for enthusiasts and professionals. This is a little bit of my personal opinion, but economic development is more than just the businesses and buildings. It's really about the cultivating the thriving community and experiencing, this positioning the Oakley brand for prosperity and innovation. And our new plan is really evolving the blueprint. As you know, the process reflects extensive research and stakeholder engagement and forward thinking. The journey ahead is very exciting as we are experiencing population growth and commercial development and expansion that can leverage several competitive advantages that we have, and have been engaging with our stakeholders. And I also have been emphasizing that each one of them plays very essential role in shaping Oakley's narrative. And I picture that the Oakley is not only meet but exceed our economic aspiration. So with that said, thank you so much for considering crucial step toward Oakley economic growth and diversification, and your leadership and steady guidance through this journey. And with that, I'd like to welcome Vicky Dole from Chaving Concept for the introduction of the work plan.
Thank you, Rumi.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to be back in Oakley. Representing my partners on this project, Don Sheldall with DSG Advisors and Thatch Moyle with Urban Scenarios. So as a, let me see, make sure I get the right one here. There we go. So as a reminder, these are the objectives for the update to the 2016-2017 Economic Development Plan. So basically it's to a new work plan that aligns with the new strategic plan, the 22-27 strategic plan. And our approach to projects like this starts out with a lot of desktop research, doing some data gathering and economic analysis, as well as demographic trends, what's happening, document reviews from the existing studies and plans that are out there, and a lot of interviews with stakeholders, elected officials. And then that, once we get a good way through that, then we do a site visit. So we do the field investigation. And as I said, my partners, Don and Thatch, were here in March, spent several days wandering the city, walking the city, driving the city, and actually drove the region up and down Antioch, Martinez. So they drove the whole area and got acclimated. So what we've learned through all that, we then use that as the input for the work plan, for the strategies, for the objectives, for the activities. Oops. So one of the first things we do during all of this data collection and learning process is we look at the community from a business or from a site selector's standpoint. What is it that makes Oakley competitive? What is it that makes Oakley not competitive in the business attraction, the business development field? And the graphic on the right there, these are some of the categories that we take a look at. And the list on the left, that's kind of a short list of your SWOT: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And what we do then is take that SWOT, the assets, challenges, opportunities, our findings, and say, what are the strategies, what are the actions that the city can take that would, one, take advantage of the assets, make the best use of them, that would address or mitigate some of the challenges and weaknesses that you're faced with, and what can you do to prepare for the opportunities that are out there. So as we learned about Oakley and the assets, we were asked to kind of recommend what are some of the target industries that you think that would be successful here. So obviously, you know, recreation was at the top of that list. And the business services, it's kind of like a call center, but it could be an incoming call center, which can be a little bit more more skilled. It's not that, you know, the robocallers. That's not what we're talking about there. So it's financial services and things like that. Advanced manufacturing, the ag tech and clean tech, and all of those are the criteria for why we've determined these as a good match. Is it's a good fit for the region. You have the assets. They will diversify your economy, kind of get you away from the services and the retail, and get you attract some more skilled and higher paying jobs, which hopefully will reduce the commute for the 90-some% of the workforce that's leaving the city to go work elsewhere. So for each of these industries, we've also recommended some key messages, the value proposition for each of the industries. And the value proposition is a statement that answers the question, why should my business locate in Oakley instead of any place else? So we've given you some suggestions as to what those answers would be. And also it's important, as the staff kind of works through and solidifies this, that there are proof points for each of those responses. You can't just say we're a great place to live. You have to say we're a great place to live because we have great schools, we have our housing is affordable, or, you know, whatever the stats are. This has to be proven. So the work plan is formulated around these 5 objectives. So it's preparing the city, preparing the sites, facilitating the private sector investment. So that's, you know, kind of guiding folks who are interested in locating here, guiding them through the process. Comprehensive marketing plan. And right now, I think that that marketing plan is kind of being working with the regional partners, with Team California, with GoBiz, and kind of facilitating and cooperating with them. Again, the business retention and expansion, again, is another collaborative effort with Workforce and the other organizations that are existing, currently calling on businesses. So some of the activities, there's about 24 action items in the plan. Some of them are much longer term, which is obvious. So preparing the land for business development that doesn't happen overnight. That's a long process. Many of them are the collaborative efforts, because there are folks out there now who are calling on businesses, who are doing marketing, so it serves the city well to kind of be on that team. And then some of the actions are really a continuation of a lot of the good work that the city's already doing with the downtown development and things like that. So what we also do, because there's so much to do in a work plan like this, it can really be overwhelming when you get these 24 types of, action items. So what we like to do is kind of break it out for staff and say, okay, in our opinion, this is what you should do in the first 30 days. And then these are the items that you accomplish in the next 60 days and 90 days. So by then, hopefully things are rolling along and you kind of take it and go. So we also have provided in the plan some samples and tools of different things that we think would be helpful. There's, we took a look at the website, which was part of our desktop research. Just take a look at the website, giving you some recommendations about the type of content that should be on the website, that the content that both entrepreneurs and new businesses would be looking for. There's a property database that we think is good and very affordable. We've given you kind of a sample of a site proposal and all of the sort of information that a business or site selector would want to see. And then, as I'd said, the key message platform. So in the last item, we had showed this when we were here in March on the story map. So this is kind of a live website that would give your messages, show the opportunities, and show the competitiveness of Oakley. We did not complete that as yet. We kind of took a step back because there really was very limited, if any, really market ready in sites for business, for industry. So we thought we would take a step back, get direction from council and from staff, if the properties that we've recommended that we thought would be a good location for a business park, and if everybody's in agreement with it, then we will continue on and rebuild or build it out further to identify those properties, to give some recognition and activities around the waterfront as well as the downtown. And then this can be connected to the ED website as a promotional piece. So that was it in a nutshell. But I'm happy to answer any questions, comments.
Vice Mayor Williams.
Okay, I have a couple questions. So you gave several different things that we need to sort of move it forward. So in the work plan, you said prepare sites for business opportunities, comprehensive marketing plan, business retention and expansion. So obviously, like you were saying, some of those things have a longer lead time. What kind of weight should we put on, like if a site is just shovel ready, is that enough for a developer or a site? Like that's the step that we need to get to come to the next.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so would you weight that and the marketing plan as
I would weight that
the
as
heaviest weighted items?
Right, number one, because you don't want to go out and market if you don't have any place to put them.
Right. Okay,
they're
perfect.
interested, so.
And then I guess my question also is for everybody, city, everybody. So we don't own all of the properties that
Right.
are identified potentially, right, as these as where these sites go. So what kind of work are we doing with the landowners in order to help sort of convince them that this is the way to go? Like what's our responsibility? What's the way that we can help get that moving?
It may be simple, but I would think the first step is to talk with them and find out, do they have plans for the site? I mean, are they interested in selling it, developing it? You know, that's kind of number one, because they do control that. So number one is finding out kind of where they're sitting. Which
I would agree. I mean, and we're actively talking to property owners throughout the year. I mean, that's something we're constantly doing because that's really the first step, as Vicky said. So we are doing that, and we'll continue to do that.
My guess is that they would like sort of a plan presented, right? Like today, even if it's zoned like light industrial or whatever, potentially they're not able to see like what the potential of their site is. So I imagine this will help them. And then if the city is actively marketing their property for them, potentially that's a win-win for everybody, correct?
I mean, I think so. I mean, you have to have a willing property owner, and you have to have, industry or business that wants to locate. So, a lot of what we do is trying to match, those people that are looking to locate into Oakley with property owners and properties that we know are available or potentially available.
Yeah. So the willing property owner is big. That's key. So even if all of the infrastructure isn't in place, if the city kind of has a plan, and the city knows the type of industry that you want within a business park, that reduces a lot of risk for those who are looking. So it doesn't have to be completely ready, move-in ready, but get as close as you can.
Okay, I've got questions, comments that I will go through. On page 2 of the plan, competitive analysis, assets, Oakley has miles of waterfront that could support a range of development opportunities. Oakley does have miles of waterfront, but majority of that waterfront's restricted because it's already developed. To me, the only things that can be either developed or redeveloped are the 3 marinas on the water and the 55-acre site potentially. These are so.
Did you want me to revise that statement?
I think it should be revised.
Okay.
Under challenges, 95% of working population leave the city for employment. To me, that is not a challenge. That is a huge opportunity because you have 95% of the workforce leaving the city, that if there was jobs here, we have 95% of the population that we could go after for.
Right. And I would agree with that. I mean, it's a challenge in that you want your people to be working where they live. But we've also, I think in one of the key messages, one of the value propositions in the appendices, we did use that as an opportunity. It's like the people are here. The workers are here. The skilled workers are here. They're just leaving. Because if you look at, when a business looks at the industry makeup, they're going to think perhaps that the occupations they need aren't here. But if we can show that they're actually commuting out, and they would be able to attract workers.
I just don't think that's a challenge for us. My opinion.
Okay.
Under challenges, senior population growing. I mean, that's probably age 60 plus. That's probably true.
It's true everywhere.
But that's what I was just going to say. That's true everywhere. In some places, China have a worse problem than Oakley.
Well, so the key, not to interrupt you, but the key is the incoming talent pipeline growing? And generally it's not. So there's the pipeline of workers, it's getting slim.
The pipeline of workers is slim? I don't think that's what the graphs show later on. Yeah, I mean, we'll get to there, but.
Okay.
So I don't think it's a challenge for Oakley, any greater challenge than anywhere else. And really, I mean, we're probably better off than most communities, across the country. I mean, there's some that are probably younger and less seniors, but
Right.
I don't see that as a challenge, my opinion. Staff can go make edits after the fact, or do I need to make them
I
all
can
now?
make edits.
On page 4, under target industries rationale, the last bullet item, once developed, the regional park, it's sellers with an S.
Oh, okay.
Not a big deal, but.
Well, it is if it's the wrong word. So.
So you, in here, and I think you alluded to it earlier, the location 1 information system.
Mm-hmm.
You guys think it's great?
I think it's good, yeah.
I mean, does it? So I looked at it briefly, I mean, really briefly yesterday. Sites, it looks like it highlights the predominant users of Lois for sites are on the East Coast. I think there was one in California, there was none in Oregon, and none in Washington. When you went to buildings, there was a few in California. Every one of them, I believe, was 1.2 million square foot or bigger, which, I mean, if we build out additional light industrial area, I mean, there's positives there. I just kind of questioning it. Is it really something for us?
Well,
or are there better places that we could be pushing our properties? And
well, what we thought, and my partner Don was the one who came across it, and in his world of site selectors, they like it because it's simple. They can pull a lot of data around.
He's also in Ohio, though, isn't he?
Pardon me?
Isn't he based in Ohio?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's on the East Coast more, and it was Midwest, East Coast where it was predominant. I'm just.
But then you could be the first, right?
Well, okay, if it's somebody coming.
I
from
get
the
you what you're saying,
I'm-
but
I'm not trying to sit here and argue.
Okay.
Is it really something that we need to utilize?
I think at a point, yes,
Okay.
maybe not right away, but at a point where you're really wanting to promote and prepare some site proposals, it would be a good tool to use.
Okay. On page 14, it says market access and transportation infrastructure. It talks about several freight and passenger airports located within less than 2-hour drive. I believe it's 5 airports. And here, I'll tell them: San Jose, San Francisco, Oakland, Sacramento, Stockton, and then we also have Buchanan and Byron that could be utilized.
Okay.
Byron could be utilized for freight.
So more than several?
I would put five.
Okay.
On page 15, it does talk about median age being 34, so it kind of goes back to my comments on.
Yeah.
Under training resources, that paragraph needs to be completely rewritten because Contra Costa Community College District operates 3 campuses. They are Contra Costa Community College, I believe, Diablo Valley College in Pleasant Hill, and Las Madonnas College in Pittsburgh. Brentwood and San Ramon are satellite campuses.
Okay.
It's kind of a comment on challenges on page 16, talking about our population with higher degrees.
Mhm.
Okay, I mean, the numbers are what they are, but I mean, at one point it talks about pulling 30 miles, 1.2 million. And so, I mean, we can pull from some of the surrounding areas for higher degreed workers if need be, if we don't have them. Again, challenge is 95% of Oakley's population leaves the city. On page 17, real estate and infrastructure, sites and buildings. Third bullet point is there is land available in Oakley that is suitable for near-term development, small and large agricultural parcels. We don't have really any land in Oakley that is zoned agriculture. So I believe that should be deleted. We have land that has some grapevines on it.
That's probably.
But
yeah.
It's not zoned agriculture.
Okay.
It is zoned, what we're looking at would be commercial or light industrial.
Right. Okay.
I'm on page 18 now. It's talking about challenges and climate change. I look at this and we're concerned about rising groundwater, but at the same time, Diablo Water District is concerned about the water table lowering. So I think just some conflict.
Okay.
On page 20, quality of place, housing. The last word, so it says most of the people living in Oakley commute to other areas for employment. Home values in Oakley are much more affordable relative to the rest of the Bay Area, but the price of homes for sale and rent are increasing drastically. They're not increasing drastically. They're increasing. They were increasing. They've been flat.
Okay.
Or declined over the last year, but they're not increasing drastically, and I think drastically should be taken out. So under page 21, still quality of place. There are no emergency housing shelters in Oakley, which that is true, but I don't see how that is a challenge for if we're looking at economic development.
Well, just in looking at the quality of place, and is it a place that people would be attracted to and feel safe living? That's kind of the realm that quality of place plays in economic development is, can I attract and keep workers?
And the housing shelter is going to help attract and keep workers?
It's, I guess, indicative.
You say so. I mean, we sat with a company looking to come here. I don't know if they're serious, but I don't know, 2 weeks ago. And that wasn't the impression I got from them. That wasn't their concern.
Okay.
I mean, you guys talk to the companies more than I do. I don't think that's a concern. That's all my comments.
Okay. I can do a rewrite on this. And
I mean, I
send
don't.
back.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything massive.
No, but we want to make the corrections and clarifications.
I'm one voice out of 5, so.
Well, you have my email and my phone, so if anybody else has any comments or questions.
Councilmember Fuller.
Thank you for your report. I appreciate it very much. Start with on page 4 and page 21 is with the parks that we're talking about. There's still the old design. We're in the process of revamping that. If we can put a footnote down at the bottom on both of them, that these are previous designs and the city is in the process of reworking those. On page 6,
Page 6.
yeah, I'm going there. I want to make sure that we got agriculture. Yeah. Yep. On page 6, agricultural technology, agriculture. I like your idea of moving into agriculture. My take is I drive once a week or twice a week now on Highway 4 from Stockton into Oakley, and that is very much still an agricultural area, very close to Oakley, still very close to Brentwood. And I can see that if we can move east into there and quit worrying about Berkeley and trying to build something there, but to move into tap into the agriculture culture that's also moving north. There's a person that came in and I didn't quite understand how it would work, but wants to set up a tractor shop and sales shop in Oakley. So people are thinking about that. There's other concerns. I think that we're getting abused by the west side in our own regional government. I've been talking about expanding out of ABAG and moving towards Stockton, moving towards Sacramento and the ag. So how would it go there? In fact, the former Supreme Court Justice, she just retired, but I heard her say that she was raised actually in Sacramento next to a brothel, not legal, raised there and had family down in Stockton and eventually worked her way into Chief Supreme Court. But her whole thing was that's where California's going. That's where the economic and regional area is growing, is a connection in the Sacramento, Stockton, and I see the same thing down in the Modesto and Merced. So I don't know quite how Oakley could fit into that, but I have people come up from the south, or people are come visit me, and they're always amazed. Drive east of Main Street, just a couple of miles in a couple of minutes, and they're in farm country. So if we can, I would like to make sure that we address that comes to it. You also mentioned, I think it's page 17, 18, that you mentioned that most cities have single source water, single source ISD, single source planning, and you recommend that? Is that?
You know, I don't know if I'm in a position to recommend it. What we recommend is, I mean, overall in site selection, it's reducing risk. And, you know, if a business sees some fractures as being possibly risky, because who's got the final say, or, you know, so yeah, I don't think I'm in a position to say yes or no, but I am in a position to say you got to do whatever you can to reduce any perception of risk for the business.
Okay, so all right. I would like, I have a lot of confidence in Mayor Meadows' business experience. He's been doing this for a while and has a degree in it, and I understand it, and I recognize it. But I would also like to read through the rewrites compared to the original and kind of make it my own. I haven't been making notes, but I don't want to respond to every one of them and trying to figure it out. So before we go, so if we rewrite it, I would like to see both of them to look at and weigh any comments that may have come about.
Okay.
My solution.
That's all? You're good? Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay. Any thoughts on bringing back a rewrite?
Yeah, I guess just a point of clarification, because it does say review and adoption. So if we want these rewrites done, that sort of changes the next step, correct?
Yeah, I think if you want to see it back in front of you before you adopt it, we could make those revisions and bring it back at a future council meeting.
Everybody okay with that?
Explain how it's going to work.
She's going to go and make the changes and then bring it back for us to review.
Yes, I agree with that, but I would like to get at the same time the original copy.
Sure.
Copy, so I can monitor where the changes are that went to it.
Yeah, we could do like a red line or track trade.
You could do a track change, and okay, we can do that.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Item 5.3, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager or mayor to sign and send letters of support or opposition to legislation. Ms. Navarro.
Good evening, Mayor Meadows and council members. I'm excited to be before you for the first time tonight. Proposed legislation regularly arises at the local, state, and federal level that's directly relevant to or impacts the provision of municipal services. And many times the deadlines to submit letters of a position on those legislative items fall between council agenda packet deadlines, which results in a missed opportunity for the city to weigh in on those. Staff believes it's in the city's best interest to establish a policy authorizing the city manager or the mayor to send position letters on behalf of the city that meet certain criteria under two primary guidelines that were described in the staff report. One was the preservation of local funding, and the second was the preservation of local authority. And the proposed criteria within those two guidelines are that a position has been taken by the League of California Cities, and the proposed legislation could potentially impact or will impact Oakley unless the council has already taken a contrary position, or the position is on a routine matter experienced in the normal course of city business, or a position has been taken by an entity or an organization to which the city is a member, so long as that position is not contrary to an approved council position or a position taken by the League of California Cities. And lastly, the city council has previously taken a position. So the primary objective of the proposed resolution tonight would be to streamline the advocacy process based on the city's goals, objectives, policies, and the strategic plan to ensure the city has the opportunity to weigh in on legislation that could impact the city financially with the revenues and or the local control. And so staff recommends tonight that the city council adopt the proposed resolution authorizing the city manager or the mayor to sign and send letters of support or opposition to legislation meeting the criteria described here and listed in the resolution. And thank you. I'm available for questions.
Questions? Vice Mayor Williams.
So I guess my first question is that as a council, we don't always agree with Cal Cities. You know, sometimes there's positions, and I know Cal City says they're for local control, but unfortunately they have some items that they support that kind of erode that local control. So I think I just have some concerns if we're using Cal Cities as sort of the guidepost for that. And I don't really know like what the workaround is for that, because I mean, I could say maybe 60% of the legislation that they request support on, I'm for, but I feel like it's such a big swing. And so I guess I just have some concerns if we're using that as the guidepost. So I understand, and I would like us to offer letters of support or, you know, against, but I think, can we come up with a sort of different temperature gauge? I don't know, because there are things that Cal Cities, while saying that they're for local control, has done to sort of erode that local control. And I understand they're speaking for all the cities across California, so it's a tough, whereas here we can decide the things that work better for Oakley. So I just don't know what. Go ahead.
Well, doesn't the additions you put in there cover that as long as it follows Oakley policy?
Yes, so it would have to fall within Oakley policy, and if the council has taken a position of opposition or previous stance on that subject.
So we feel confident that pretty much anything that we would be doing a letter for, we would have sort of had some discussion about beforehand. I think I just need some, I mean, it's hard to do without talking about like upcoming example legislation. It's hard to give an example. I just, there's been things that we've said as a council we want to support from Cal Cities, but there's also been things that potentially are along the same vein, but different outcomes, I guess, different words in the bills. So I think I'm struggling a little bit. Again, I want to streamline the process. I want us to offer letters of support or, I just have some concerns about sort of a blanket statement, or if we could amend it to say, could we get some sort of notice about, hey, we are sending in this letter, right? Like but would that make things difficult to do? And then would we get into violations? Because what happens if I say, no, I'm not against it, I'm against it, and somebody else isn't? I feel like we would be in a slippery slope, and what's the point of having a policy? Okay.
In support or opposition to. Councilmember Fuller.
Well, as I will explain during the council member comments, that we are in a situation, Mr. McMurray has brought it up when it came in the staff report, things are moving very rapidly, not only in ABAG and MTC and BAFA, but in other areas, very much more organized, and our system is slow. It is slow to respond. So I can see the need to find a mechanism to speed this up. Mr. McMurray does a good job. But we don't know. Mr. McMurray may get a job down in Carlsbad at $600,000 a year tomorrow. And whenever we don't see him, who's going to come in here next? That becomes a situation, and I'm very gun shy after I went with the former city manager. He signed things, and I would say, well, where did this come from? Oh, the council said I could. 15 years ago, they said something on the dais so I can sign it, and all sorts of stuff was going out and in, and I just didn't trust him, and neither did the community, in my perception. So I don't want that to come back, but I do want a way to speed it up. I have thought about a system where the city the city manager says, I'm going to write a letter on this, or the mayor is going to write a letter on this, and this is the gist of what's going. Do you agree? Anybody that objects, then we'll bring the item up to the dais within the first possible meeting that comes about. The one thing that's difficult with that is the public doesn't get a chance to work on it. They don't get a chance to respond, and many of these issues are publicly driven, and I don't want to begin stating things that the public would like to have a chance to talk on. So I don't know quite what the solution is there. My experience is that we don't use the special meeting enough, and in fact, we find too many reasons not to meet. I know that there's a couple on the dais that find it inconvenient, but I find that we lag. But if there's three of us that are willing to meet on a special meeting over an issue and bring it in, we could send firm direction on where the city is and allow a letter to go out. That's the one solution I come up with. I'm opposed to just giving carte blanche to the city manager and the mayor, and it was mentioned, well, let's take the city manager out of there, and I don't know how to say it, but I think just giving the mayor the carte blanche would be maybe even more dangerous. So.
Thanks, Councilmember Fuller. Thanks.
Yeah, anytime. We do move around, though, don't forget. So that's where I am. Unless we can find a mechanism to speed it up and allow it to move fast, I agree. But I'm just not ready to say, well, the city manager And the mayor, well, we're going to send this out because we could.
Any other comments? So I think the process needs to be faster. I don't have the solution. I also, some of what comes out of Cal Cities is okay, and some of what comes out of Cal Cities to me is detrimental to Oakley. So, and some of the other agencies. So, I mean, I know we're a member of Cal Cities. I know we've had people that served up here before that have questioned that membership. I don't know what we pay for it. I don't know what we get for it.
7,000 around a year.
So, well, that answers the question. So, I think we need to speed up the process. I mean, I'm okay with this. I think we could always, if there's an issue that's created, we can rescind the policy. That's my comment. Councilmember Henderson.
Well, the other thing that can happen in this is if the city manager or the mayor realizes this is something that they don't have clear direction on, they can draft something, bring it to the next meeting, or call for a special meeting. So this process would get that started before having to come to a meeting and saying, please direct a letter to this. So I think this is a good tool, but there are going to be circumstances where once the letter's drafted, it's going to want council approval.
Agree.
I agree.
And that would be possible.
I think that would be possible in some circumstances. I
Yeah.
mean, sometimes the timing might just not, we might miss an opportunity, and you know, that's just the reality, right? And we try to do the best we can, but I think we can be more active, and we've missed a lot of opportunities. So missing, you know, some versus missing a lot, to me is the better of the two options. I think what Councilmember Henderson suggested could be another bullet point, another, you know, if there is either, you know, uncertainty by either the city manager or the mayor, and the city manager could always consult the mayor as well, and vice versa, with a particular issue, then we would then schedule it either at a next meeting if it met the time requirements, or we could schedule a special meeting if we could have a quorum.
And our current state, just for clarification, is basically most of the time it's one of us saying, hey, can we offer a letter? Is that correct? Yeah. So, I mean, I think we would be able to kind of throw our weight around a little bit more if we had a streamlined policy. So I would be, if we could work in just those sort of safeguards where, you know, if there is a question, most of them will be cut and dry, but if there's a question, maybe we can escalate the situation a little bit. Sorry, go ahead.
Councilmember Shaw.
I agree that it's not perfect the way it's written right now, but something does need to happen to get our voices out there. So the idea of special meetings, if it is unclear, I think you pretty much know the things that we align on and the things that we don't, and it's okay that we don't align on everything, but there are things that we do align on, like local control. And so I have faith in you, and yes, we can resend it if that changes, or you change, or your seat changes. So, but I would like to discuss it again coming up maybe next year, see how it's working for us, see if maybe we can add some things, take some things back. I know that's kind of sounds strange because we can just take it away, but something when we've done it for a little while and see if it's working. But I would agree adding a little bit of if there's some gray area, let's try to get a special meeting or the next council meeting, but I'd like to get our voices out there.
Councilmember Fuller.
I like the way Councilmember Henderson put it. I like the way Mr. McMurray's putting it. I think the biggest hang-up is that for some reason we just shy away from special meetings. But special meetings on letters, you talk to the mayor, you give him 72 hours notice. We all come in here at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and if there's only 3 of us, we look at it and vote on it. We can vote on it to go there, and the public is also aware. So if we put a bullet in there that consideration needs to be given to that, and if there's appears, I mean, I'll let you figure out the wording, but to bring that back and put it in, and we adopt a philosophy of being more flexible on our special meetings, I think it would work fairly well.
I'm just curious, since I've been here, we haven't had a special meeting, but we haven't been asked for one either, so the reference keeps being made that we're opposed, some are opposed to it, so I just want to make it very clear. It's something that I haven't been asked to do since I've been here, and it's not anything I'm opposed to. I make myself available anytime I've been asked to by the city, so I don't know if that's others that are up here, but it hasn't come across since I've been sworn in.
Is there a motion?
I'll move approval if we can amend with the language that we spoke about. Okay.
Language that was Councilmember Henderson added?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. 5.4, adopt a resolution approving the city manager to execute a purchase and sale agreement for 3080 Main Street, APN 037-200-011. Mr. McMurray.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, the few members of the public that are left. This item before you is a purchase and sale agreement. It also, the resolution declares the property as exempt surplus property. And there's a few reasons why that I'll get into detail in a second. And it also declares that the exempt surplus property is exempt from CEQA as well. So the resolution does those 3 things, also allowing the PSA to be signed. But the Mr. Pickles space, that building was built in 2010. It's held two tenants. The Mr. Pickles tenant assumed the lease in 2015. The city renegotiated a lease with Mr. Pickles in 2020, and it was for a 5-year term that was guaranteed, and then a second 5-year term that would have to be mutually agreed to in writing, which has not happened, but it was always the city's intent to sign that additional 5-year term. With the sale of the Scipollini's building to the Scipollini's owner, this opportunity presented itself, and that business owner wanted to buy this property as well. We did not declare this property as surplus, but reading through the Surplus Land Act, there's a few provisions that allow us to declare through resolution that this is exempt surplus property, one of which being that the property is less than 5,000 square feet. The second qualifier being that the property is not adjacent to publicly owned land that is used for either open space or low-income housing. And the third being that we're selling to an adjacent property owner. And our code also allows us to negotiate directly with adjacent property owners. So this checks the box on the Surplus Land Act, also on our code in terms of the negotiation, and that's why this was not released for a public process rather than a negotiated arrangement here. And with that, we did conduct an appraisal on the property earlier this year. That appraised value, although may seem somewhat low, is because we have a situation where we have an existing lease and we used the 7 years left. That would be the 5 years that we're kind of in the middle of through 2025, and the additional 5 years that we intend to memorialize in writing, and the below market rate rent that the tenant is receiving. And that was all negotiated to well prior to this and well prior to the council that's seated here tonight. So with that, the value of the property is $348,500. As you know, I don't feel like the city should be in the property management business. It's demanding on our staff, and our staff is just not well equipped to be a property manager. And with the sale of the Scipollini space, leaving the Mr. Pickle space under city control doesn't make a lot of sense to me, and that's why I'm recommending that the council authorize this purchase and sale agreement to be signed. So with that, that concludes my staff report. I mentioned the reasons why this property is surplus, exempt property, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions from council? Seeing none, is there any deliberation? Motion?
I'll move as submitted.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you. Item 6, report 6.1, city manager.
Sure, got a few updates and then a few notifications of some upcoming community events. So the first update is on East Cypress Road. We know that's really a hot button topic in the community. As you all know, we have taken pretty dramatic steps to try to fix that situation on East Cypress Road, and specifically, I'd say from Knightson Avenue East all the way to Bethel Island Road. And we are in the process of doing a few things, but I wanted to inform the council and the public that some immediate things that you'll start to see happening. We just held a pre-construction meeting this week with the developer that is installing the signalized intersection at Knightson Avenue and East Cypress Road. So that work will start in the next few weeks, and we'll now have a signalized intersection right there. So that will dramatically improve the safety at that intersection and hopefully along that roadway. And also we are in the process of wrapping up the inclusion through the Central Valley project that's handled by the Bureau of Reclamation, and that's for the borough's property that we are a partial owner of. And once that inclusion process is wrapped up, and we expect that to be wrapped up in the next few months, we can then start on the frontage improvements to widen East Cypress Road from Knightson Avenue to Jersey Island Road. Actually, I take that back, not to Jersey Island Road fully, but to the canal section, which is just west of Jersey Island Road. So that road work will start very soon, I'd say in the October timeframe. So we'll have the signalized intersection, and then a good section of frontage work will start and will take place over the next year. So that's good news for the city and for the residents. Also wanted to give an update on the library. As you all have probably seen, the substation that existed on O'Hara Avenue is no more. It's been fully demolished. The site is almost clean. It might have been fully cleaned by the end of today, but still some debris. So I'd expect that to be cleaned by the end of the week. And with that, it will allow the county to deed over the property to the city. We have already started work with our consultant, Urban Field Studio, on the secondary analysis to kind of justify our initial assumptions, and we're working through that initial kind of first and second steps of that process, and we expect to bring something back to the City Council October, November timeframe of this year. So if you have any questions, happy to answer those. If not, I'll move on.
Any questions? Seeing none? Okay, move on.
Okay, we have our annual fishing derby this Saturday, August 12th from 8 to 11 at the Oakley Antioch Pier. August 26th, we have a movie in the plaza that starts at 4 p.m. With games and family activities, and then the movie starts at dusk. And then September 1st, Friday Night Bites, along with a concert. That event starts at 5 p.m., ends at 9 p.m. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Item B, City Council compensation.
Not quite as exciting as the annual fishing derby, but I think probably from a practical standpoint, maybe of more importance to you. There is, first of all, this item comes back at the request of the council in your future agenda items requests. And it just so happened that at the time, or shortly after the time that request was made, the legislature passed the legislation that I describe in my staff report. Given the late hour, I'm not just going to regurgitate the staff report. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Effective January 1 of next year, you can, as a council, go up to monthly stipends of $1,275. That's about $800 more than you are getting now. Your last stipend was updated for inflation in 2014. And so it started out at the $300 level and then was updated for inflation about 10 years ago. So you can now go up about $800, and then you can also add $150 for each of your separate items where you are you're on a JPA, or you are on a substantive committee assignment that requires you to meet. So you can do that. The process, we have to change the ordinance. The legislature changed the process a little bit from the usual ordinance process. We describe that here. It's not altogether different than what we would normally go through. So really the question is for you to give staff, really me, direction. Do you want an ordinance to come back for your consideration? If so, what do you want? Do you want to go up to the full amount, $1,275? Do you want to add the $150 kicker, if you will, for your participation on JPAs and other assignments? And I'm happy to answer any questions, but ultimately tonight, all we're asking for is some direction, if any.
Are there any council questions? Vice Mayor Williams?
So I have a question about the additional 150 per like committee or whatever that you're appointed to. What type of, like some of the stuff that we're appointed to, there's no repercussion for not going, one. So would we have some definition in there regarding that? I mean, if you missed a meeting, I assume you wouldn't get the 150, but will there be some definition about what counts as substantive?
Yes, I think that's something that I would like to address in drafting. I think we need to put some real teeth into that. And I think what I would do is take your annual committee, we have that current roster, and then I would probably look at that, and I would draft some language that would put some teeth into it, that, you actually have to meet once a month, or, you actually have to do genuine work. Some of your appointments may not require that. And that's not at the expense of anything any of you are doing. It's just, some of your appointments are more robust than others. Some of the agencies, the JPAs that some of you are on, require more than others, and we would want to distinguish that. So I can't tell you now how I would draft that, because I'd really have to sit down and look at it and then bring something to you for your proposal, but it would definitely be addressed.
Okay, and then my second question has to do with, and maybe this is not a fair question at this point, but, well, actually, point of clarification, this doesn't take effect until the next election. So we're not talking about anybody on this current council potentially. I mean, two of you potentially, but the rest maybe not. So it wouldn't take effect into that. And then when we're designing our budgets, I don't feel like I've seen council pay sort of as a budgeted item. So this is substantially raising that budget cost for good reason. I mean, I feel like, we have been very supportive of every staff increase. We, pay our city manager very well. And the reason is because we're expecting you guys to make very important decisions. And I personally feel we sit on a council where we make very important decisions, right? I mean, we've all seen council meetings where there's not much going on in the city. We're at a crossroads, right? And I would like us to be able to attract and retain people who take it seriously and, not, let's be real, $1,275 is not a career path for somebody, but it is compensating them for the level of effort that we and our residents should expect. So, but I do also have concerns with our limited budget. So would this be an item that we call out a little bit more in the budget?
So we already have a budget set up for the city council, and it includes salaries. So, you know, I think what I'd recommend is provide the city attorney direction, if there's any direction to be provided. And if the direction is that we'd like to increase it, and if there's a range that's discussed or whatever that number looks like, prior to us bringing something back, we would then run some numbers and make sure that our budget could absorb it. You know, just off the cuff, though, I think we could absorb what we're talking about. I don't think that's going to be an issue, but we would have to take a look at it.
Councilmember Shaw?
So, just if we have to give direction, I did a little math, and rate for childcare is $15.50 to $29 an hour, one kid, but 2 meetings a month, 3 to 5 hour meetings. So our monthly daycare cost, if I had a child at home, would be $92.90 to $290 a month. Then you add a potential special meeting, another $46.45 to $145 a month. The commissions that we are on, not necessarily ones that we sit on work and do decisions, but the liaison meetings that we are asked to go to, you know, the Iron House Water District, all those things that we're asked to participate in, another $46.45 to $145 a month. So at the high end, that's $580 a month in childcare that we have now excluded a complete person or a group of people out of being able to be here if they don't have the means to do that. I wasn't for increasing this all the way to the top originally because I think it is a big jump and it has to be looked at in the budget. If you're saying that it could be absorbed and looking at the budget and seeing the things that we have done for staff, like Vice Mayor Williams mentioned, the workload is increased. That includes ours. And if you look at the election that Councilmember Henderson and I were in, there were 3 on the ballot. Yes, I had a write-in against me, but 3 on the ballot. And I think that this could attract different groups of people, and we need to be able to, I work full-time, so I have that luxury. I have a boss that lets me be here, but not everybody has that. So maybe they work part-time and then they do this. They're gonna need to be compensated. They're gonna need to pay somebody to watch their kids. So totally, up until this morning when I started doing the math, I was gonna offer a different amount, but a smart man told me to rip off a Band-Aid once and maybe just go for the whole thing, and it doesn't go into effect, so we can work the budget and let's get some compensation for the people that are going to come on here and do this work that we all sit up here and do. And we know if I just put in those hours for meetings, that doesn't count going to events and going to look at a site when it comes up on the agenda. It doesn't count for anything. The gas alone is insane. And so that's it. I've been looking at the surrounding cities and what their council gets paid, and this is still going to be on the lower end, which is based on our population, I get. But I think that we are making big decisions and we are putting in a lot of effort. And if you take our hourly effort, and I don't know if you poll all 5 of us, but I'm sure we are paid pennies to what we should be.
Councilmember Fuller?
Yes, I see this as a product, another one of Cal City's great products. This came out of Emeryville. There was a council member that left and they wrote, "Oh, this is terrible," and it's not there. She left for an income around $200,000 a year. And everybody's saying, well, if there was enough money, she would have stayed. And, you know, I don't think many people pass up a salary, $150,000 to $200,000 a year. It was somewhat insulting because what Cal Cities was saying, well, we can't get any good people to run because our salary isn't any good. So what they're saying is we have to deal with all these council members that they aren't very good, and we can't come and get anybody in to come and replace them. So we have to get more money to deal with all these council members, like Councilmember Fuller, who doesn't like Cal Cities. You know, you got to get that straightened out. So it's an insult. It's an insult up here too that, well, Oakley doesn't send good people up to the dais, so we got to get more money to get them to run. I don't necessarily agree with that. I'm not big on getting raises for council members. I don't really see the need for it. I've really got to say, there's not many I would say this, but I do this job for free. So, and I think a lot of other people that are dedicated servants would do the same.
Councilmember Shaw?
I think that the five of us are in a position that we can, and I think that I am not saying any five of us are not qualified to do this. I think we all are, and we're doing it every day. I think that there are people out there that are just as qualified to do this, that aren't in a situation that they have a luxury to have a husband at home that can provide an income or have an ability to be in the situation we're in. So it's not a matter of qualifying or getting more qualified people. It's just attracting more people that want to do good for our city. They're in a position that they don't have the ability to do that. I'm not saying the pay will qualify more qualified candidates. We only had 3 candidates, and all 3 were qualified. What I'm saying is it might give people the ability to pay their child care. While it's not free child care for everybody right now, it might give the ability for those that don't have child care to be able to afford it so they can come do their civic duty that they would do otherwise. So it's not about any of us being not qualified, and it's not about anybody not wanting to do it for the pay. It's about opening up an opportunity so people can serve where they want to, how they want to, and giving them the ability to compensate a child care person. That's one example, but it has nothing to do with the 5 of us up here right now. And for the record, at the moment, if I'm correct, our council pay is less than the directors of Iron House Sanitary District. And I think, if I remember correctly, we're within $10 of Clayton. And that is the closest one I could find. So we haven't had an increase in 2014. And maybe things were a little bit slower then, but they're not now. And our population has increased, and our obligations to the residents have increased. And I think we all 5 do a really good job trying to make sure we're available to every one of those people. And that takes time away from our families, so.
Councilmember Williams? Vice Mayor Williams? Sorry for the demotion.
You're forgiven. I mean, the beautiful thing, as I read the staff report, is that anybody can waive that, correct? They don't need to take that. So they can do this out of the goodness of their hearts and just wanting to make their city better. I would like us to look around at the people who are up here, and I would also like us to look at the people who ran. Our average population is 34. That's not represented here. There's a reason that that's not represented. I'm close. But there's a reason that that's not represented. No, sir. So there's a reason for that. Like, those are the moms, those are the working parents. 95% of our folks are commuting out. We've made it impossible for anybody to get their voice heard because they have to come to this. That's another reason that we're not being representative. And I just feel like we're closing off a whole segment of the population that wants to get involved and wants to make the city of Oakley better, but have no options but to complain on social media or send us emails that they hope get answered because we are not meeting their needs. They can't do this. We do not have a way. I mean, are we gonna, instead, we can open a room so our electeds can have somebody paying for childcare, or we could provide childcare for the electeds. I mean, that's an option. I can guarantee it's going to cost more than what this costs, but if we want to do that so that we can at least encourage something that's representative of the people here. And I have conversations with those people all the time because they're in my demographic. Like, those moms need somebody to watch their kids, and their voices should be heard up here. They're what the majority of our population is, and we're largely ignoring that. So, and again, anybody can choose to waive that pay. So that's a great option.
You could just bring a child to the council meetings.
They don't like it. They sat here, they're bored.
Any other comments?
Just to state the obvious, you're not obligated to vote for it if I bring it back to you. So you're just giving me direction tonight, and you can reserve.
Okay. You got enough direction?
I don't have any direction.
Draft it.
Well, maybe I'll say that I can bring. I can bring the full suite back, and then I can bring something back for $1,275 with 150. I can define what it is to get that 150, and then you could scale me back. So, if you're comfortable with me bringing that back, probably in the fall, and so.
All right, so now I got a lit up board here. Councilmember Fuller.
Yes, so there's no misunderstanding. I don't see if three of us, I don't know. I mean, I haven't heard from Councilmember Henderson or Mayor Meadows, but as far as I'm concerned, I don't want staff worrying about our pay. If there's going to be three of us, they're going to vote no, or we're going to go take a chance on it. That's what we're basically saying. If you're bringing it back, then go there, and I vote no, but I've got things to say, and we're spending more time on this than what I see as a priority, but and I don't really want to take up a whole lot more time on pay myself, so.
Councilmember Henderson.
I'd like to see a couple options in there, and maybe at the $800 range, and maybe at the $1,000 range, and at the peak. And my thoughts on this, that an average council meeting, you're spending 4 to 6 hours of reading and prep time for the meetings at $2, things. And if you're looking at $20 or $25 an hour, and you play that out, that's somewhere between $800 and $1,000. So I think we need to do something. I don't know if I see us going all the way to the top.
Councilmember Shaw.
The $1,275 that I was referring to, that was without doing any extra for additional meetings. Just kind of, that's where I was going, because I think that gets encompassed into into that cost. If we were to go all the way to the top, even if we weren't to go all the way to the top, and a couple options is fine. I don't think that the additional money, because mayors change every year, they're the ones that assign those, and so I feel like that can get a little sticky. So that's my opinion. It would be, I'm willing to explore the council pay. I'm not a fan of the extra $150 per month for additional committees, boards, and commissions. So that would be and I'm okay looking at other options, and maybe really all thinking about how many hours we do put into this, and look at what that amount is. And again, it's not for us, but think about the people in the future, how many hours we're going to ask them to give up every month to be away from their families, their children, their jobs, or whatever the case may be, whatever their situation is. If we can think about that, and then think about what that looks like for them, because this isn't for the 5 of us sitting up here today. So that's just my push.
Thank you for directing her. Any other comments? Tell them you need a new button. Or new pad. I didn't say anything. Any other comments? Okay. Do you have enough direction now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Moving on. 6.2, Oakley City Council acting as a successor agency to the Oakley Redevelopment Agency. Reports and council liaisons to regional committees. Councilmember Fuller.
Yes, it's long waited, but
Run.
I will make it shorter than the worrying about our pay. Or at least try to. But I did attend the sensory training or sensory library work at the library. I'm the one at ARPA. I'm very glad that we're getting a larger library. They're doing fantastic stuff in a short one, but all I could think about, having my special education background, is we're working with ADHD kids and autism, and yet that whole wall everywhere around, there's nothing but books, colorful books and colorful posters, and for a child to sit there and try to focus on playing with their sand and also focusing, it's a nightmare. But that's here. And I also went to the convocation for Liberty Union High School District. I did watch the whole 93 or 83-minute ABAG Housing Committee report. Is there anything going on? Missing? No. You all right?
Did you go sleep during that?
No, I thought they would have some. Okay. So, going back to ABAG and BAFA and what was involved there, I went to the Housing Committee. MTC was supposed to be there, and there would be a. I'm sorry. Can we get settled down before we?
She was getting water.
Yeah, I don't know if we're supposed to ask permission to leave our seats, and I'm trying to explain something that they're taking the whole regional approach on our town, but I don't want to bother anybody about it. We all set? I mean, if they don't want to, if you don't want to listen, I mean, they're only talking about a
Councilmember
regional
Fuller?
government for you.
So if she
All
needed
right.
water, she's going to get water.
Okay. All right. Now, back to where we were on, I went and listened to the whole scenario, and all they could talk about, all Arreguín could talk about from Jesse Arreguín from Berkeley, Mayor of Berkeley, was regional discretion, regional bond. That's what they want. November 2024 is some AB 1487, which must have passed earlier, but they're talking about regional bonds and what they're going to do. And it's coupled with AB 1657, which is now out of committee in the Senate, having already gone through and in its original form, and waiting to go onto the floor August 14th. I believe it's out of appropriations. I believe it will be passed before the 1st of September. And Senate Bill 555 is in the Assembly office, and that's the one that gives more control over the center, over the state from a housing authority, and that's in the Assembly, and that's also out of appropriations. And yes, Glazier and Wilson did vote for him. So they're on a fast track. So where they're going is they now want to make it a regional bond issue. And what that will mean is we will vote like on BART. BART is a regional vote. So what you will do is you will have all of AGBAG population centers like Solano County and Sonoma County and Berkeley and Santa Clara County, and they'll be voting on getting $20 billion more in bonds for regional development of housing. And the way they're explaining it is the region will decide how to go about it, and all they can talk about it is we need to make it equitable. And we need to make it equitable, and that's been Arreguín's and others' situation that they have so many arenas that requirements, and it was they that wanted to get the arena in, but now it's there, they want to make it more equitable in distribution. And they'll say it's equitable sums, but it'll be also equitable distribution of housing being built, and they will fund it and loan it and take it back, but they will be in the manner that where they want it, in the manner that what they want, and they will put it together to make it a regional type of government, and that's all Arreguín could go through. It will be out of the Housing Committee. They'll be fully underway by December 2023 in the campaign to get it on the ballot and passed by November 2024. A 1657, as soon as it comes out of the legislature and approved, it's ready to go. And they will start on, if it's only 7 months away, they will start on their March 2024 bid for $20 billion in bonds. We're looking more for state control over how it goes. So all these are coming about, and ABAG and BAFA and MTC are pushing it, going along, and we've heard that Cal Cities is behind it as well. They're talking about unifying the voice. In other words, there'll be a unified voice out of ABAG deciding how it would go and what it would go about. It would go for new construction and preservation. And preservation is what Berkeley wants, because they want to go and make their homes non-gentrifiable and preserve them. And they can call them affordable units. That's been part of their situation. Bottom line is that it is highly discriminatory. It is obviously that they want it not in my backyard, but we want to move it out. We want them out of these large numbers into an equitable situation. We'll give you money. It sounds nice. People will vote for it. People will, in the population centers will vote for it. And I think we have our work cut out for it. I will have something on the agenda request when it comes up, but that's where we are. There is if you want to see what they have planned for the area, they're August, middle of August, end of August, you should have gotten an email from BAFA saying, come to our program and we'll show you what regional government's going to be like in 2050. And that's where they're going to putting this out. So I would suggest there's also other areas that they can go to. So I will wait until agenda items.
That 2050, is that Plan Bay Area 2050?
What's that?
Is it Plan Bay Area 2050?
I'm sorry, the planning, it's the one that BAFA was putting out. I'm
Just like in here, in our economic development report tonight, it talks about Plan 2050.
Yeah, well, planning, but how it's going to be a regional thing, not necessarily a local control.
I think that's what that is.
Right.
Okay.
Oh,
It's in here.
I'm sorry. I thought that was the economic development plan.
They reference, this is the economic development plan, but they reference Bay Area Plan 2050 in this.
Thank you. I appreciate you pointing that out. I thought it was the other one, so thank you.
I think they pointed out several. Councilmember Henderson?
Since our last council meeting, I attended the park workshop, the senior center fundraiser at the rec center, Diablo Water, movie in the park, National Night Out, and Friday Night Bites.
Vice Mayor Williams?
Okay, so I was invited to go to celebrate the Dream Team, which is an organization in Antioch. I wasn't able to attend. I was already committed to something else, but I did meet with him. They are looking for a new place to call home. So what the Dream Team is it's a group that's dedicated for boys 9 to 11 currently, but they're expanding to teenagers. They just don't have space for it right now. And so their whole premise is that they play basketball a couple times a week, and a couple times a week they all get lessons in how to be a man. And so it's stuff like how to interview for a job, how to tie a tie, how to speak to women, how to present yourself when you're addressing a teacher, a police officer, all these different things that some of these young men aren't getting. It was founded because the founder was a teacher in Oakland. He had a 5th grader shot in an incident of gang violence, and when he was doing some intervention stuff with the gangs, that was the biggest problem, is they just didn't have a male role model and stuff. So they are not able to get funding from Antioch right now. They got one-time funds. He's exhausted it. He runs this nonprofit out of his own pocket. He pays $1,000 a month in gym fees. He has the boys meet at his house because they lost their meeting space. He just approached me saying that he's been getting a lot of inquiries from Oakley, and there being a gap for some of our teenagers especially. And so, you know, we've definitely got constituents who say there's nothing for people who play basketball here. There's nothing for sort of that age group, right? We all see the posts on Nextdoor about the kids who ride their bikes, and we just don't have a ton of stuff. So I said that I would, you know, happily meet with him, talk to him about his program. Amazing organization. He was just on KTVU doing an interview. I think there's a ton of opportunity. I pointed him in some directions for funding so that he can stop paying out of pocket for a lot of that stuff. But I think it would be an amazing program that we could bring to Oakley. So it was a really great conversation to have, and I'm gonna do a future agenda item in a minute, but we'll wait to that. I also went to the Cal Cities meeting. I was hoping to get a little bit more out of it than we did. I went there specifically because MTC and ABAG were giving an update on Plan Bay Area 2050. The one insightful piece that they shared is that there is going to be road shows coming to the cities to explain what their goals are for both housing and transportation. They ran out before I could actually hey, when is this scheduled? Can we request it? So that is going to be some further follow-up that I would like to have with them, because I'd like to actually get educated on this and have them get to answer our questions instead of it being a one-sided reporting. I would like to hear what the plan is. The other thing that we had some conversation about, which again is going to be a future agenda item, they were talking about unhoused. They were talking about the California state budget. They were talking about the money that Newsom has, dedicated to this. And again, kind of wary to answer many questions, but one of the things that they talked about was about taking a regional approach to solve some of these issues. And so, and working with the county and continuum of care agencies. And I do think that because we have such a low unhoused population that's out on the street, I feel like we maybe think it's not so much of an issue, but just in the past 2 weeks, I've been contacted about 19, 20-year-old kids living in their cars, working 2 jobs, but they can't get an apartment anywhere near. So I think some of it is unseen for us. So that was a really interesting one as well. And then Tri-Delta, we had our meeting, and the only things that were really of note for this meeting, I forgot my notes, I'm so sorry. Maybe you caught them. Ugh. But I did want to clear up a couple things about Tri-Delta. So there has been lots of misinformation online about when the park and ride happened. So I reached out to a constituent. He was having a lot of questions about the park and ride, all valid questions. So I just wanted to clear up dates. So ECCTA purchased land for the Oakley Park and Ride Law in 2008. One of the things I should have queued you up for, did they purchase that land from us? Did Oakley make money on that sale, or was it a landowner?
It was not a city sale.
Okay, great. The environmental study was completed in 2008, and construction plans were completed in 2009. So to purchase that land, Tri-Delta Transit received a large grant from the federal government. So that's important to note, because in 2008, 2009, we were in a different transit situation than we are post-COVID, right? It took, that money could only be spent on the land acquisition, which they used it for. It took until 2019 to secure additional funding to build and to work with all the maintenance that would be needed and do all of that stuff. So that's why it took a long time to get that done. But if they had said, fast forward and COVID happens before any build has happened. So potentially what would happen if Tri-Delta Transit had taken those federal funds to purchase that land, there would have been one of 2 things that could have happened. They would have had to turn that into some sort of operation station, again, without funding, because how are they going to construct it? So they would have had to do that in to do that, or they would have owed the federal government the $545,000 that they spent on that. So where would that money come? Directly out of the Oakley taxpayers' money. At least when it was federal funds, it was distributed across the nation. When it's that $545,000 is coming from our region, our taxpayers are probably going to feel it. So just important to note. And then one other important date is that the approval of the park and ride lot was brought to the city council on April 26, 2011. So I just wanted to clear up that just because somebody sits on a board and promotes transit does not mean that they have voting power on something that happened before they became a member of the city council. So I just wanted to clear that up for anybody who was confused.
Councilmember Shaw?
Since the last meeting, I attended the Iron House Sanitary District meeting. Nothing to note there. I did watch the Planning Commission meeting virtually when I got home, so on the recording. The 55-acre park community meeting. As an appointee to Tri-Delta Transit, I went on a Gillig tour where I got to see where the buses are made and got to see that whole start to finish, which was super cool. Groundbreaking for the Yellow Roof Foundation. I'm pretty excited about that project that's coming to Oakley. Tri-Delta Transit Board meeting. I didn't bring my notes either because you always do. The Cal Cities East Bay Division meeting, I also attended because I wanted to hear what they had to say, and it was the first one I was able to go to since being elected with my schedule and timing and different places that they've had them. So gonna talk to Sam and just kind of let her know that maybe we can step it up with our speakers and give them a little bit more time so we are getting something more out of it, because I do feel like they were very short and didn't leave a lot of time for Q&A. I attended a virtual education workforce housing forum, elected women's luncheon. I was asked to come do a welcome message and be a speaker at the Commission for Women and Girls hosted a commission appointment workshop for anyone that is interested in learning more about being on commissions, a local county or state. And that was actually pretty interesting to see the crowd of people there that were interested in doing their civic duties one way or another. I attended Senator Glazier's Women Making History, celebrating Janet Frazier. She's from the Network of Care. She provides meals to families when their children are in the hospital. She's been doing it for a long time. It's a nonprofit. I'm a big fan of hers, so I did go to that. Friday Night Bites. And then I had a meeting with Claire Alora from Senator Glazier's office on Monday to discuss some things related to East Cyprus and some other city stuff. And all of that, while making $456 a month.
My turn now? I also attended the Liberty Union High School District's convocation and briefly spoke. National Night Out, went to 3 different locations, which were all great functions. I went to the Yellow Roof Foundation groundbreaking, which is cool to see it taking place. And last Thursday, I attended the mayor's conference and going kind of some of your comments, Councilmember Fuller, with BAFA, and I ended up sitting with the 3 other mayors from East County at our table, and my comments to them, and I'm not going to speak for them, but my comments to them were that if that bond measure passes, great, send us the money for economic development. We don't need housing, we need jobs. So, and the part I'm not going to speak for them, I believe they were all in agreement with that statement. It appeared they were all in agreement with that statement. We need jobs out here, not the housing. So, and then it's Anthony's last meeting that he'll be at. Going to school in, 2 weeks? So thanks for coming for the last 8-9 months. You got a quote out of him? Okay. Well, and talking about housing numbers too, I mean, I saw something I don't believe it was anything per se city related. I just happened to see it. And I believe the calendar year 2023 so far, San Francisco has issued 180 something building permits. 180 something building permits. Do you happen to know what the arena number is for San Francisco? 82,000 home or units need to be built by 2031. 82,000. Well, that's fine. They're not doing it. That's the problem. They're not doing it. They've issued 186 permits. So those areas need to step it up. B, request for future agendas. Councilmember Fuller, you're getting slow. Councilmember Henderson.
I have two tonight. The first one, I would like to see some team building done up here. And, you know, we don't have to agree, but I think it's worth spending some time on how we can work better together and everything like that. So I would like to have staff look into that and do some kind of workshop on team building.
Is there a second?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
My second one, again, it's kind of based on the last couple months, but I do feel that we need a social media policy for city council.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Maybe.
Yeah, I just curious what it's going to look like. Sorry.
Didn't we try that once? Cost us $20,000.
Are you, anything else, Councilmember Henderson?
Sorry, I didn't hear my button.
It's okay. Councilmember Fuller?
Yes. With AB 1657 on the out of committee and coming on to the floor, the legislature comes back August 14th and will be out on the floor for passage no later than September 8th, but I would imagine it'll be even before that that'll get passed. And then with BAFA and the committee, housing committee at ABAG, planning to move their campaign forward on their resolution for November 2024, I think it's imperative that we take time to work through some workshops. I don't know, we're blame shifting now. Councilmember Shaw said she didn't understand because I didn't explain it right. I don't know. Other people seem to get it, but we need to get that behind us. We need to put that into perspective and get that with workshops that are coming up so that we have clear understanding, and that I would say by December we have a clear path of what we want to do, and I mean much more public than just a letter, a full resolution that we opposed it, or maybe they do, maybe somebody will. But we'll want to pass it here. But if you read and watch, and I know Mayor Meadows is doing that. He's taking the time to educate himself, and he's very much on top of it. I'm getting the impression that Councilmember Henderson is doing the same. It becomes much more clear, but I don't want to be here sitting in the 1st of January saying, oops, we should have done this earlier. We need to get this all up. So somehow if we can get a series of training sessions going.
So is that possible from staff? There's work involved. But I do think that we need to be brought up to speed on what's going on with, and it's also incumbent on the five of us to read some of these plans.
I wanted to say.
Wait.
Go ahead. Ooh.
But is it possible for staff to help us with that process?
I believe so. We could hold a I'd say let's start with one work session and then see where it goes.
Well, if you one workshop, I think it's such a layered mess is the only thing I can say about it. It's a layered mess, and I gotta say that they've done a very professional job in putting it together and bringing it out and putting it together. They must have paid somebody a real fortune to plan this campaign. But so when you say that you're going to have a workshop, how much time, and are we going to target just one area, or are we going to try to target ABAG, BAFA, MTC? Are we going to try to go with Regional 250? And then that's how complicated it gets.
The Bay Area 2050 is coming out of them, I believe.
Right. So I'm all for the workshop, but I would probably see more than one. But I think when we plan it, how to target it, how to make sure that we're not over studying it in one aspect and get lost in the minutia, but on the other hand, leaving important aspects out on the other side that need to be addressed fairly quickly. If that makes sense.
So maybe we can
Clarify.
We can all send Mr. McMurray what we think should be distributed, like Plan Bay Area. If you can then get the links and send them out to all council members, maybe in your weekly update, I'll give you a list of the items that I think need to go out that we can then go and read to do our homework.
Sure, I could do that. I would just say that I think it's premature to say we need a series of workshops. I think we need one workshop, and then we can get direction. And then if the direction is to hold another one, we'll hold another one. But to line out a series of workshops without getting direction up front on several of these issues, I think we need that direction first.
I'm okay with that.
I did ask, you still have the assembly, the housing committee paperwork I sent you?
I have everything you sent me.
The two that I asked to be distributed, I don't know how you can get it distributed without violating the Brown Act, but.
Well, I think we'd have to distribute everything as part of the agenda packet. So, I think what you're asking staff to do is to prepare a work session to discuss a wide range of topics, and I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of what those are. So let us put together that information and distribute it, because we can't start sending information prior to a meeting if we're discussing it at a meeting.
Okay, well, I just like to say to my colleagues that abagca.gov, you can get a lot of information, and I would very strongly suggest that in the interim, people go to that website and begin to study it in detail.
Okay. Vice Mayor Williams?
Just clarify, Mayor, you seconded that?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Can we have some structure in that workshop, i.e. somebody who can do kind of detailed policy analysis so we can see the risks? Like right now we're just seeing, there's this big bad thing, and I would like to see both sides of it. So is there somebody who could perform the policy analysis?
Well, I think that would be staff.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, my future agenda items now. Okay, so I alluded to a couple different things, but I would love to invite, I think this is as a whole. So
You think this is what?
I think what I'm asking for now is sort of like a whole slate of things, but not not like necessarily a lot of work. So what I would like to do is similar to how we're getting kind of that council outlook, I would love to see something where we have the various commissions, the various people who report to us, when we can see when they're coming. The reason I'm asking for that is because I think we get a lot of good information from them, and I'd like to see a couple additional people who maybe we've invited them and they just don't come. So I would like us to, in light of everything that happened in 2 different schools in Oakley in the last couple of weeks, I feel like it's been a minute since we've had an update from superintendents. And I think I've been getting a ton of messages. I know our chief has been getting a ton of messages about school safety and their concerns. And I think we should have a forum for that. And it's not up to the chief to protect the schools. He works in cooperation, but I think we need to make sure that the superintendents are giving us what they're doing to ensure the safety of children. So I would love to have them come back out. So if we're able to invite them to a meeting. I would also, I alluded earlier to a regional approach to things. And so I would love, if it's possible, for us to, one, set up, I know that there was something where, you know, our little council groups that were neighboring met at some point and it kind of fell off. And there's a lot of things that Oakley can't do alone, nor should we be expected to take on the funding of a lot of this stuff. But if we could get back to setting up those cooperative groups with members of our neighboring council, Brentwood, Antioch, I think our borders are so close that we need to come up with sort of a cooperative strategy. So I would like to see if we could set something like that up. I'm not giving time to.
Could I have a breakdown on the number of requests on that? What was requested?
Okay, so I understand the first request, and I don't believe it's a future agenda item.
Right.
I believe you're asking to be provided a schedule of who we are asking to present at council meetings, and we do have a rough kind of schedule that kind of we outline throughout the year. So
perfect.
I think we can, let us work on that. I think we can get you something that will satisfy that request. The second one
The setting up side of a committee.
Is the, well, so the previous years ago, the mayor and the city managers of the far east county cities would meet, I believe quarterly. It might have been monthly, but I believe it was quarterly. We could look into setting up those meetings if that's something that is the desire of the council. I mean, I don't have an issue with that.
We probably should be.
Could you explain that?
There have historically been meetings between all of the cities in far east county, so, you know, Brentwood, Antioch, Pittsburgh, Oakley. Their mayor and city manager would meet on a somewhat regular basis to discuss issues of regional importance.
Okay, and then there's another one, something about police and...
Nope, that was about superintendents and making sure that the schools are outlining their safety plans for our constituents so that it's not all on the responsibility of the police since they don't police inside the schools.
Well, I'm opposed to going to the superintendent and say, you've got to do this, because...
It's not got to do this. We need to know what their safety plan is for our kids.
We could ask them to come and ask what they're going to do.
Correct. I just asked for a list of the speakers that we invited.
Okay, so Vice Mayor Williams.
So that was the one that I needed seconded. And then I think if we could, but you did, right? The committee.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the last thing is if we could, I introduced the meeting that I had with the gentleman from the Dream Team. I think it would be really impactful if he was able to come here and speak to people if they saw like what he was doing. But I would also like to see how we can potentially support that. I mean, he's hungry for making it regional, and he's had the door shut in Antioch several times. And I know I get emails probably daily about people like requesting some sort of basketball program. I like how this actually is a more mentorship program. It's not like just another sports. So if we could, I don't know if it's a work session where he introduces and we get, you know, general consensus from the community if this is something they want or like what the possibilities are. But I would love for us to figure out a way how to help him expand his program and make Oakley be his home site.
What if we start with asking, if you could pass his contact information on to
Perfect.
me, that'd be great.
Wh-
If we,
What group is this?
they're called Dream Team?
Yep.
Who puts it on?
Vice Mayor Williams would know more than me. I'm just hearing about this for the first time.
What was your question?
I didn't even, it's going on every which way, and I'm looking for the name of it to start with.
The Dream Team. I went through a very detailed report in my council reports.
Yeah, but maybe you can go over that again, just because, it's sometimes
She's
old
asking
ears.
for it to be an agenda item potentially,
But
potential work
our
session.
city manager just said that I can just pass on the information and he'll start facilitating some
If you could
conversations.
pass on the information,
Great.
we will schedule a presentation to the city council, and then I would like to meet with the
Do you have
group
any
as well.
other future agenda
I
requests?
think I'm done.
I would like to know what Dream Team's coming up to, what it is.
Councilmember Fuller, did you want to add another agenda item?
Yes, a full explanation of what Dream Team is before it arrives.
Well, that's why you clicked? You, okay. Okay. Any others? So, after listening to all the seniors tonight, I know the city of Oakley is limited in what we can do within Carroll Lane. But I think there are some things that we can do. We do have control over. Potentially code enforcement. Is the project built like and being operated like it was supposed to? So, I mean, could we have like some kind of ad hoc committee on Carroll Lane to sit down with a couple of us, some of the residents, and maybe at some point then bringing in management again and staff, including our chief? Yes.
I would recommend, and I can add it to the agenda for the next meeting, that we form like an affordable housing subcommittee of the city council. And then that subcommittee then could then meet with not just Carroll Lane Apartments. We have several affordable housing complexes, so it could be robust and involve myself and the chief of police and others as deemed appropriate.
Yeah, but I don't want to see some committee that lasts forever. I don't think we need something that lasts forever. And we're not hearing the issues really out of any other housing, any other apartment complexes in Oakley. I mean, sometimes you'll hear a little bit about rent increases, but I mean, there's a difference between a rent increase. Nobody likes a rent increase, and somebody having to live with cockroaches.
We could form an ad hoc committee too.
And maybe fire systems that aren't properly functioning, and so. Is there a second?
I absolutely support it and would.
Is that 2 seconds?
All right.
Okay. We have no work sessions tonight. It's good because it's 10:42. We need to hurry up. We have 2 items on closed session. I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. We got one person left in the audience that isn't staff again. And next regular meeting will be held Tuesday, September 12th, 2023, beginning at 6:30 p.m. in the Oakley City Council chambers. The 2 items on closed sessions: conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, and 8.2, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, properties 3570 Main Street. Agency negotiator Josh McMurray, negotiating party Julie Favalora.